Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Kids Love Comics Baltimore Comic-Con Virtual Workshop Day. Stay tuned for thrills and chills. You're going to learn how to create comics. You're going to learn about cartoons. You're going to see creators talk about their books. All of this is going to happen all weekend long here on the Kids Love Comics Virtual Workshop channel. We are going to begin our broadcasting in approximately 1 minute and 27 seconds. Please sit back, relax, and get ready to learn. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 minute away from starting our Kids Love Comics broadcasting. Hey everybody, it's me, Cardboardosaurus, and I'm the host for our first segment. Welcome to Cardboardosaurus's Cartoon Carnival Party. I hope you're all having a good time. Are you ready for some fun? I know I am. I want to introduce you to some of my friends. First off, meet Mr. Glitterbritches.
Hello! It's so nice to be here.
Thanks for coming, Mr. Glitterbritches. Also, we have Wickstrom, the dragon.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Happy Cartoon Day.
Whoa! And also, it's our good friend Stan.
Good morning, everybody! Yeah! I had lots of sugar cereal.
Wow, Stan, everybody is here. Hey guys, so what's new?
Oh, we're just excited to watch some cartoons with you today.
Yeah, sounds like fun.
I so much miss the tradition of Saturday morning cartoons.
Don't you miss just watching cartoons in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
And eating sugary cereals.
I was about to say with a giant bowl of cereal.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa!
2 bowls.
What were some of your favorite cartoons watching in the Saturday morning?
Oh, well, for me. Oh,
Okay,
no, you
okay.
go ahead, Stan. You go ahead, Stan.
Unicorn.
You go ahead, Stan.
Okay. So my favorite lineup was the CBS 1987 Saturday morning lineup, which consisted of Muppet Babies, Garfield and Friends, and the California Raisins, along with Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Whoa, I loved Muppet Babies. Hey, Glitterbritches, what was some of your favorites?
Oh, well, I think I definitely would have to say My Little Pony. I mean, look at me. I basically auditioned for the show once. I didn't get on, obviously. You had to relocate to that kingdom they all live in. That was too much at the time, but what a good cartoon.
Whoa, that's a lot of fun, that cartoon. Wickstrom, what is your favorite?
Well, I think I must be older than you guys. My favorite cartoon is Space Ghost.
Oh,
Space Ghost.
That's going way back.
There's so many great cartoons. I think one of my favorites was Underdog. Does anyone remember Underdog?
That's even older.
oh yeah.
I used to have Underdog underwear.
Oh.
Yeah, and he had those friends on his show like Tennessee Tuxedo and Commander McBwag. I liked all those.
There were so many different cartoons that were in that cartoon.
Yeah,
that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that is a lot of fun.
So I got an idea. So how about we create a cartoon right now? Just come up with the name of a cartoon character. So what should the character be? How about a talking pencil?
Okay.
Oh, that's fun.
Sure.
Where would this talking pencil live?
Stan, what do you think?
Oh, I think maybe he should live in a cafeteria on the floor because he was dropped by a kid.
Whoa!
Oh, and his superpower is whatever he draws comes to life.
Oh, I like that.
I like that a lot. That's a
Could
really
his
good
name be
idea.
Mr. Pointy?
Ooh, yes, good name.
I love this. This is great. You guys feel like watching a cartoon?
Sure.
Sure.
That'd be great.
All right, we're gonna watch a cartoon right now.
What cartoon?
Yeah, what cartoon? What cartoon?
I think we're finding the buttons for it, right?
Oh, I think we need the king of cartoons here. Let
Oh,
the
man.
cartoon begin.
Right now, we're watching Clutch Cargo.
Clutch Cargo?
I don't think I've ever heard of this one.
Look at that chin.
Whoa.
That's a big kid. Hey, wait a minute. Is this the cheap version of Johnny Quest?
Not exactly, Spitter. Do you remember Professor Knockwurst?
Is he wearing lipstick?
That's a Knockwurst.
Wait,
Professor Knockwurst?
He's working on a new formula for sauerkraut.
To pilot his newest rocket creation in the space race.
Whoa, look at their mouth!
Right? Wait, are those
Wait
human
a
mouths?
minute. This is not a cartoon. This is like a comic book with people's mouths stuck in.
Professor Knockwurst's missile base.
We are most fortunate to have secured such a fine crew as Clutch Cargo and Company.
They're good drawings, anyway. I just wish they
want to grow
moved.
a beard like that guy's beard.
Our rocket must take off on time.
There's Professor Knockwurst's base just ahead.
Nice
Using
plane.
belts for landing.
Uh-oh. Exciting action.
Whoa.
Da, 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 da.
That India's almost with us.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Facial expressions. Whoa.
There's Professor Knockwurst's landing strip.
That's a cool plane. Would anyone want to fly in a plane like that?
I mean, yeah, as long as I had a parachute.
Yeah, that's pretty fast.
Here, my friends. I knew I could count on you.
Well, look at the. I want glasses like that too.
Stan, I think you should grow a beard like his.
Oh, I'm jealous of that nose because I have no nose at all.
That is quite a nose. Yes.
Rockets on space travel.
I like the dog
That
the
is
best.
thing now. Oh, but
He doesn't say much.
allow me
I
to
think that's what I like
introduce
about
our
him.
rocket team, Clutch Cargo and Spinner. And oh yes, I almost forgot Pedalfoot. And this is my
Pedalfoot? His name is Pedalfoot? That's a cool dog name.
And so are we.
I wonder if he could ride a bike.
Please call me Mary.
Mary is the doctor of astral-spatio-temporal impermanent rocket relationships.
That
Wow.
is quite the job title.
For her services.
Tell us about the moon race, Professor. Your wire sounded urgent.
The motor scooters
Urgent
are
wire.
ready to take us to the test station. I shall explain as
Actually, I
we go.
think I do have a pair of glasses like that.
Two rocket missile teams
I
competing
wear it for
against
Halloween.
Scooters.
Whoa.
Oh, that looks like fun.
contract to build the first rocket missile.
Whoa, I want one of those. We should all be in one of those.
Yeah.
Is that the rocket we'll be going in, Miss Mary? Yes, Dinner. That's the one you'll be flying in the space race to the moon. Golly, what a whopper!
I don't know if I'd get in a rocket like that to go to the moon.
Dr. Hogenreiner,
You wouldn't go there?
No, that looks a little dangerous to me.
Yes, Dr. Hogenweiler. We're going to put you through all the different things that'll happen to you in your rocket flight.
Oh, great.
Before you
Oh
leave
no.
the ground.
They all include
acceleration
vomiting.
test in my new supersonic rocket sled. And the anti-
You're right, Mr. Glitter Britches. I want glasses just like the professor.
I can see
I wonder if
there's
those
a
are
lot to be done.
X-ray
Let's
glasses.
get started.
Good question, Wickstrom Dragon.
Or you could just call me
Deck,
Ricky.
everyone, he's going to hit us. Wow, a black jet. Someone's playing for keeps. Be sure to tune in for the next exciting episode with...
Oh, I am on the edge of my seat.
They can't leave us on a cliffhanger like that.
Whoa.
Coming out next Friday on Disney Plus after the right stuff.
Wow, that was
Sorry, I was on
really
the edge of my seat and I fell
exciting.
off.
I've never heard of that cartoon, but I'm very intrigued.
Clutch Cargo, that was a lot of fun. So the producers of Clutch Cargo also made another cartoon called Space Angel. And
Oh.
they did the same technique where they just drew figures and they superimposed the mouths.
I'm sure that saves a lot of time for the animators.
Mm-hmm.
Is that technically animation or puppetry?
What's puppetry? I never heard of that.
It's this thing where you do it with your hands and they go like this. Hello, hello, hello.
Kind of makes me want to watch Thunderbirds.
Ooh,
that
I
was a
love
fun one.
Thunderbirds.
How about Thunder
Wow.
Cats?
Stan,
super
can you
hilarious.
do that again with the puppetry?
Oh yeah, it was actually ventriloquism I just did. Watch. My mouth doesn't move. Watch. Hello, hello, hello.
Wow.
That's puppetry.
You know what, guys? I have an idea for a game. Do you guys want to play a game?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, so why don't we do this? We each do an imitation of our favorite cartoon character, and we have to guess what the cartoon character we're doing is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That sounds like fun.
Okay, all right, so here we go. Who wants to go first?
You go first, Cardboardosaurus.
Okay. Here's one. Ruh-roh. I don't know, Shaggy.
Oh, I know. The dog from the Jetsons.
Oh, is it Goofy? From like Mickey? Goofy?
No,
The Pink Panther.
Pink Panther? Good guess. No. Anyone want to guess again? So, Stan, what did you think I was?
Is it Astro from the Jetsons? Is that the dog's name?
That's the dog, but I'm sorry, that's not what I'm doing. Mr. Glitterbritches, who do you think that is?
Well, I thought it was Goofy from the Mickey Mouse Club.
Whoa,
Silly.
that's another good guess. I'm sorry, that's not it. Wickstrom? Do you know?
Captain Caveman.
Whoa! No, guys, I'm Scooby-Doo.
Oh!
That's why you
Astro
said
was a pretty
Shaggy.
close guess.
I thought you were
actually.
talking about the reggae singer.
Oh, no, not the reggae singer, but that's a good guess as well. All right, so now, who wants to go next?
Oh, I'll go.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Stan.
And what's up, Doc?
Whoa. What's up, Doc? Are you Doogie Howser, the cartoon?
No. Good guess though.
Whoa. Mr. Glitterbritches.
Are you Skeeter from Doug?
Nope.
Oh.
Wiki?
Daffy Duck.
Close.
Stan, are you Daffy Duck?
Nope, not Daffy Duck. Oh, somebody has a phone call. I think we have somebody calling in to guess.
Hey, I didn't know it was a call-in show.
Right?
Oh. So Stan, who were you?
Hello, I'm the calling. I'm calling because I wanted to guess who the cartoon was. I'm guessing that it was Porky Pig. No, I'm sorry, it's not Porky Pig.
Oh,
Thank you for calling
who
in.
were you?
I was Bugs Bunny.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Bunny.
Yeah. That was my next guess. Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, Mr. Glitterbritches, your turn.
All right, I got one. Yabba dabba doo.
Oh, I know.
What?
You are Tasmanian Devil.
No.
Wickstrom, do you know?
I thought it was Joey Ramone, but
I don't.
Gab-
No,
It's a
that's Gabba
cartoon.
Gabba Hey.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
Or is it Yo Gabba Gabba? I don't know. Those
Yo
are
Gabba
confusing.
Gabba,
A lot of
that's the
Gabbas.
show. Yeah, that's
A lot of Gabbas.
Stan, who do you think?
Okay, I think I know this one. It is George Jetson.
Are
No.
you George Jetson?
No.
Oh.
Guys, I was Fred Flintstone from the Flintstones.
Ah!
Yeah, he did say that a lot.
He
I
did.
get
That's right.
confused with the Ramones
Who
though.
are you? Do your imitation now.
Okay. Help! My town is overrun with giant monsters! And even worse, I'm almost out of pickles!
Whoa! Are you Slimer from the Ghostbusters?
That's a good guess.
But
I really
no.
don't know this one. I think you made this one up.
Yeah, I don't.
It's a little obscure.
Somebody who likes pickles. The stork on those pickle jars.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
yes,
No.
good guess.
But yeah,
Pickles?
but no.
Are you Batman? Very obscure episode.
Yeah, I
of
didn't
Batman?
know Batman liked pickles, but yeah.
I didn't either. That's why it's obscure.
That was a good guess. Are you Batman?
No.
Who were you?
That was the mayor of Townsville from Powerpuff Girls.
Whoa!
Wow! That was good.
That's
It's just like my favorite
an oldie but a
invitation.
goodie.
So, do you guys want to watch another cartoon?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I just gotta take a quick break. Go ahead and start it. I'll be right back.
All right, we're gonna watch another cartoon, guys. This one is a lot of fun. It's called Colonel Bleep, and we're gonna watch this
Wait,
one
Is this appropriate for kids?
and see what happens.
Wait, we gotta turn up.
One second.
Let the cartoon begin.
I know. I'm trying to remember the song with the little flowers. Oh, here we go.
With Colonel Bleep are two unusual companions to share his exciting adventures. First, there is Squeak, a happy-go-lucky boy of the present, very much like you, except that Squeak is a puppet and cannot
Whoa!
speak a single word because, as you all
Squeak is
know,
a puppet.
puppet cannot
See, I
talk
told you
for
about those
himself.
puppets.
But Squeak is filled with
Stan, you were
curiosity
talking
as all
about
boys are.
puppets.
And you all know
Yeah.
the troubles curiosity can often bring about. Second, there
I
is
like his hat.
an expert
Okay, I'm
on the
back. What's
who,
going
like
on?
other cavemen,
There's a
have really had
cartoon
become
puppet.
extinct several
A
thousand
puppet
years ago.
and a caveman?
And a caveman.
Wow.
Wow.
And slept right through the evolution of man and didn't wake up until that first atomic explosion.
Wow, this was
Oh,
great.
my.
How come I never saw this before?
I told you this was probably not for kids. They had to censor
Into
the
the
guy's
present.
name, and now there's all this
Stretch,
violence.
like most cavemen, is sometimes a trifle slow at catching on. But when
Oh.
danger threatens, Bleep and Squeak can depend on
He looks
quick
like maybe an
action
early
and
version of Fred
trusty
Flintstone.
Mhm.
as they shall
And
Did
a
you
see.
guys
bald
ever
version of
think
Captain
what happened to
Here they
clubs?
are,
How
three
come only
very strange
cavemen got to carry clubs? Why can't we carry clubs
for the
right now?
future.
Well, because we
Squeak
we
is a
sharpened
we have
them
to-
down to
and
swords.
Scratch.
Because
Oh,
we
good
evolved
point.
with cell phones.
I think you have to be a club member to get one of
Oh,
those.
yeah.
In distant
Good
foreign
call.
times. Together they face danger and death as they fight.
Wow,
to
this is
maintain
like a great
violent
cartoon.
throughout
A
the
caveman, a
vast
puppet,
galaxy
and
of
an
the world.
alien. Wow.
I like when the
Isn't it?
intro of the car. Oh wait, that was it.
It was short, I
Wow.
think.
That was super short. I want to see more.
So the whole cartoon was just to set up for what the cartoon is about.
That was a
Wow.
trailer, I think.
That was
But
interesting.
that looked like a really fun cartoon. It
I
had
know. I want
everything.
to see the further adventures.
Yeah, we have to see more about what happened.
The most amazing thing about these cartoons is they're public domain, so that means you and I own these cartoons. They belong to the public, so we
Cool.
own them.
So I
It's
can
true,
watch
that
it
means,
anytime
like-
I want.
So,
Yeah,
so
after
can
this we can go look it up on YouTube.
Do you
And
guys
watch
want to
the
watch a little
episode.
more?
Yeah,
Yeah, there is more, sure.
yeah.
I'm ready to
Let's
start
watch a
making
little
my
more.
T-shirts.
T-shirts?
I like the clocks.
And now stand by for adventure.
Oh, yay, Thunderbirds.
2, 1.
I like how the spaceships look in these old cartoons.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of spaceships.
I would totally build a model of that spaceship.
On Earth.
Whoa, this cartoon's from 1957.
Wow.
Oh,
Colonel Bleep. Interplanetary intelligence.
I didn't know they had television in 1957.
Completed another.
I didn't know they had rocket ships then.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
I think they made it up.
Been captured.
Whoa, those eyes are scary.
We're in a space bubble, securely anchored in the
space
outer
bubble?
ring of the planet Saturn. And now
Wow.
the High Command had ordered Colonel Bleep on a new assignment, a top secret mission.
Whoa, look at that guy.
The disturbances on world.
Yeah, that's Colonel Bleep. He's cool.
Planet Earth in particular.
Colonel Bleep's the puppet.
Do you think anyone's
Oh,
going to dress
now I'm
up as
confused.
Colonel Bleep for Halloween?
And custom.
Once I start marketing Colonel Bleep Halloween costumes, because you can do that.
Palomar Observatory.
You can make your own costume too.
You gotta get
That
a
would be
fish bowl
cool.
put over your head.
Focused on this curious visitor from the outer world.
Hey guys, we're getting some comments. Look,
Oh, hey!
says, good morning, friends. Well, hello. Hi, Jamar.
The people of
Good morning,
Futura had
Jamar.
only recently become interested in her.
I just like the way this cartoon looks.
Oh, yeah, it's so fun. His head looks like a Hershey's Kiss.
It does.
However, on July 16, 1945, they had observed what appeared to be an atomic explosion.
Whoa, an atomic explosion.
Wow.
Oh no!
Heavy science
on the Earth
fiction.
planet. As time went on, Futuran Futonic radar scopes recorded an increase in the number and fury of these explosions. And in the Earth's stratosphere, even the rock.
Are we sure this was made for kids? Because I don't think kids would understand half these words.
No.
Guys,
No,
I'm
but the
getting a
pictures
little
are so
scared. They're
They-
talking
yeah,
about
the
atomic
pictures are awesome.
explosion.
Cool. Yeah.
I know, kind of
Heaven
scary.
doesn't matter.
And so Colonel Bleep has arrived.
He made it to Earth.
The adventures of his new secret mission are about to begin.
Oh, I see. So this is where he meets the puppet and the caveman.
First, there is Squeak.
So the other was a preview, and now they're showing us what happened.
I see.
Except that Squeak is a puppet.
Oh, that Squeak was the puppet, not Colonel
That you all
Bleep.
know.
Yeah, all right. So now we understand what's going on.
You all
I
know
think
that
this cartoon was used to get funding for NASA.
Whoa,
Well,
I
they
think
can
you're
use the help,
right,
that's for sure.
Stan.
An expert on the past.
He just used the club as a comb.
Well, he doesn't have much hair, so I guess that would work.
And slept right through the evolution of man. And didn't wake up until
I
that
think we heard this
atomic
narration
explosion.
before.
Wow, he slept a long time.
I think I slept through the first time you said it.
Past and into the present. Scratch, like most cavemen, is sometimes a trifle slow at catching on. But when danger threatens, Bleep and Squeak can depend on quick action from Scratch and his trusty club.
The
Scratch.
trusty club. I wonder if you could buy a trusty club on Amazon. They have everything on
Oh,
Amazon.
yeah, I'm sure.
I used to have one in my car.
For the future,
Oh,
The
Probably
trusty
a good
club.
idea.
Squeak of the present, and Scratch of the distant past. Together they travel up, down, backwards or forwards, in distance or in time. Together they face danger and death.
This is
as
so
they fight
exciting.
to maintain
They're a cool
justice
team.
throughout
They
the
are.
galaxies of the world.
Wow.
wow. That was fabulous.
Yeah, I'm glad we
Really,
got a little
Betty?
more backstory of where Colonel Bleep came from.
Yep. I would totally watch this whole series. I would binge watch this series.
Yeah. It's nice they're all up on YouTube, so we can do that.
Yeah.
Are you there, Cardboard?
We're introducing a
Cardboard
new
is first.
generation
Are you
to these old
there?
cartoons.
Uh-oh. I think water might have gotten to him.
Oh
Cardboard, are you there?
Uh-oh. Cardboardosaurus is frozen.
Oh, maybe it's the Ice Age got him.
no! Oh no! He's in his long sleep.
Cardboard? Uh-oh.
Maybe if we yell really loud,
Oh, guys.
wake
Hey, Mark.
Mr. Mark,
there we
can you
go.
help Cardboard?
Mr.
My
Mark, can you wake
Cardboard,
up?
you
My
good?
camera's frozen. Can you still see me?
Yeah.
Oh, now we can.
Phew, he woke up.
My
We did it,
camera
everyone.
froze.
Good job yelling, wake up.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So, Mark, can you take it over from here?
Sure, if you need me to. Sure. What else? What else do we want to discuss? Some of our cartoons, or
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so right now we're going to talk about if we could hang out with a cartoon character, which one would it be?
all right. So, what do you guys think? Which cartoon character would you want to hang out with? And all the viewers at home, please chime in. You can comment and leave a comment, and let's all discuss. What's your favorite? Who's your favorite cartoon character to hang out with?
I think I would definitely want to hang out with Goofy because Goofy's the coolest out of all of them.
Good answer.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
All right.
What about
Goofy is
you?
very accident prone, so you have to be very careful.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. That's true. What about you, Wiki?
The Pink Panther. He's so cool. And, you know, he never talks, so he wouldn't interrupt when I'm
That's
talking.
true.
He's a very good listener, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
Mm-hmm. And he used to be on asbestos packaging.
Yeah,
Oh, good
Yeah, that's
point.
right. I've seen that.
Paint.
Mhm.
And paint.
Our buddy Word Balloon says, "I like Bugs Bunny." That's a classic.
Yeah.
Ooh, Bugs is always fun.
Yeah, Bugs Bunny is a lot of fun.
I personally would want to hang out with Scooby-Doo and the whole gang and help solve mysteries.
Ooh,
good
that
one.
could be scary.
It could be scary, but it's kind of the spooky season right now.
That's true.
We have another viewer who wants to hang out with Blue Falcon.
Oh, yeah. Blue Falcon. He's right up there with Space Ghost.
Oh, and now look at this. Another one that wants to hang out with Bugs Bunny.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
he's pretty
super
fun.
Bugs.
Oh, he's popular. He's
Let's
popular.
help Doc.
Bugs Bunny is really popular. Now, would you say Bugs Bunny is probably the most popular cartoon ever?
Could be.
But what about Mickey Mouse?
Oh,
Yeah, I
Mickey
think
Mouse
Mickey
probably,
Mouse
yeah.
might beat him. Mm.
Yeah, I think Mickey Mouse is more recognizable, probably.
He's
From
on
our
so much merchandise.
Jokey Smurf.
That's a good one.
and Dipper from Gravity Falls.
Oh,
Classic.
There's so many great cartoons. I mean,
So
it's
many.
really tough to pick which one.
I would pick two. I would pick Phineas and Ferb.
oh,
You did
you
right
did
in
go.
them,
Cool
Dan.
things. Making a backyard beach and a roller coaster. So many cool things.
So now, after talking about all these cartoons, what's the first cartoon you're going to watch when we're done with our show?
Commander Bleep.
Oh, yeah, I
want
want to
some
see
more
what
of that.
happens next.
Colonel Bleep.
Colonel Bleep?
I think it was Colonel Bleep, wasn't
Oh, I wouldn't want to call him by the wrong rank. That could be.
Oh, we have someone would like Jake on Adventure Time.
Oh, yeah.
Because then you could go on all the adventures.
That would be
That
so
would be
fun.
great. But everyone, I want to say thank you very much for being a part of the Carnival with Cardboardosaurus and his friends.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Glitterbridges,
Cardboardosaurus.
thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having us. This was so fun.
Wickstrom, thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Stan, thanks
Bye-bye,
again.
everybody. Thanks for having me.
And everyone else, thank you for being a part of it. And right now, I'm going to add my friend, Mr. Mark Mariano. And
Oh, thank you
he's
so
gonna
much.
start his amazing fun show called Doodles and Cereal. So,
Oh,
Mark,
yeah.
what are you going to do during your show?
Can you guess, Cardboardosaurus?
I think you're going to eat doodles?
We're going to eat oodles and noodles of doodles. We're going to have some cereal and doodle along. So thank you so much, Cardboardosaurus. I enjoyed all the cartoons you showed, and it was fun hanging out with your puppet pals.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. And everybody, I just want to say thank you very much for tuning in. Make sure you watch the whole day. There's a lot of great stuff. Take it away, Mark.
All right. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody out there in TV land. It's Mark Morano here from Kids Love Comics. And today, wow, I'm just smelling this sugary cereal. Today, I'm going to be joined by a bunch of my pals, my breakfast buddies, and we are going to be eating cereal and drawing some doodles. All right, so I'm gonna let's add our buddies in here. I got Franco.
Hey, how are you?
How are you, Franco?
Doing well. I'm
Good.
excited to join you for cereals and doodles.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you part of it. And then let's also add Mr. Greg Schiegel.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning,
I'm hungry
Greg.
for cereal.
Yes, yes. Same here. So today we also have, I saw we have on a drawing board, Chris Russo. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to join us in the chat, I guess in the video, but we do have him drawing on the drawing board that I'll be sharing shortly. So today it's, we will eat cereal. We will doodle. We'll have some conversations about our cereal and about doodling. And, we'll see what kind of, maybe the doodles will spark new conversation. Maybe the cereal will spark conversation. And also people watching along, hopefully you are pouring your bowl of cereal and you can doodle along with us.
I have a question out of the gate.
Please.
I don't know which cereal to eat, and I would like people to help me choose which cereal.
All right. Perfect,
All right.
Greg. Give them that.
All right.
Give them the choices.
Here are the choices. Choice 1, Frosted Flakes.
Ooh,
Classic.
that's a good
Classic.
one, yeah.
Choice 2, Cocoa Pebbles.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
Choice 3, Quaker Oatmeal Squares.
Oh.
Oh,
Well,
it's a mix. Hold on, there's more.
Oh, there's more. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Choice
Okay.
4,
There's-
Great Grains Cranberry Almond Crunch.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
That sounds
Hold on.
interesting.
There's three more.
You
Wow.
three more. They're getting less enthusiastic as we go down,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You noticed that,
Great
right?
grains,
Franco?
raisins, dates, and pecans, or pecans, depending on where you're from.
Yeah. This is on a downward slide so far.
All right, I'll leave the last one off, and then honey.
Now I
Smacks.
need to know what all of them are.
No, you got to show them all, Greg.
Honey
Okay,
Smacks.
all right. We're back on the uptick again. All right.
Uh-huh.
And then Barbara's Morning Oatmeal Crunch, or Oat Crunch. This stuff is actually very good.
Mm.
And the name of the creator is Barbara.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Barbara's Original Morning Oat Crunch.
Do you want to see my selections?
Sure.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So my selection is just one. I just have one because I'm an old guy now and I need the fiber, and it's good for your lower cholesterol and blood pressure. So
If you like fiber, my man. If you like fiber.
we're just going with the one. And not only are we doing that, look what we're adding to this. We're adding like healthy banana snack as well, and to top it all off, just because I'm that old, almond milk. So we're not even going with regular milk. We're going with almond milk.
Franco,
Unsweetened.
what's the fiber count on that Cheerios?
The fiber count is, oh my God, you're old right now. That's the fiber count.
Because this stuff's got 6 grams per serving.
I love that. Look at this back. That's awesome.
Hold on, I'm getting a phone call from Chris Russo. Let me take this on the other end.
I'm gonna pour some cereal then.
Hello, Chris.
Please do.
We're
So,
live
ladies
on
and
the
gentlemen,
Click the link that Mark sent you.
so Jersey Drost has voted for Quaker Oatmeal Squares. We
Pretty
also
sure we're gonna
had.
be able to
It
tell
should
by
work.
the age of the voters what they're
I
going
think so.
for. I'm thinking.
It could work.
James-
I don't know how to help you from where I am.
James T. McGrath III said, "Doodling in cereal
No,
is
we
this
see you in the
heaven?"
drawing board. I just don't see you on the video.
And then we had J. Robert Deans, which I think this is an excellent idea.
Oh,
Mix
yeah.
them all
Yeah,
up,
no
Greg.
problem.
Did you ever do that when you were a kid? Did you ever mix all the cereals
Yes,
together, especially when they
actually.
get low? Yeah.
I actually called it
Chris-
Marquee cereal when I was a little boy. I would say, "Oh, time for Marquee cereal this morning. Let's mix them all up." We have another one voting for oatmeal squares.
Interesting. Chris is having trouble signing into the video portion of this. I'm not sure why.
Okay, I mean,
He might be in the waiting room.
I don't
Or
see
maybe
him in the waiting room.
Well, Greg is being voted on which cereal he wants. I'm going to be
Yes.
on my like 4th bowl.
Right.
I'm gonna start with Honey Smacks because I haven't had them in probably 20 years.
I think the best idea is to have a bunch of, a little bit of everything.
Yeah. So that's why I'm gonna eat my cereal out of a small cup.
Oh, all right.
It has a wolf on it instead of a bowl.
Very nice.
I got a big bowl and I'm going for it.
One of my other suggestions was Cookie Crisp. But as we were walking down the cereal aisle, I just saw this Sugar Cookie Toast Crunch. I added my own doodle to it.
Now, Cookie Crisp, that upset me as a child because I liked the characters they had on the Cookie Crisp, and then they changed them over time. The Cookie Crisp, right?
See, something else upset me about Cookie Crisp in that it doesn't taste anything like actual cookies.
Right.
It tastes like cereal.
They tried to simulate the actual look of cookies with those little cookie shapes and those black dot things on them that weren't actually chips.
I almost bought Oreo O's yesterday, and then I had there's so much trauma from Cookie Crisp. I'm like, forget it. This is another scam.
I love that people are tuning in just to watch us eat too. That's fun.
Isn't it fantastic?
I did consider the audio of this is going to be awful. Washing around.
Well, here we go. We're going to be let's start the doodle portion of our doodles here. And
can we all
Franco,
draw at the same time?
Yeah, Franco, you brought up an interesting thing about the. Here we go.
Man.
You brought an interesting thing about the mascots, right? Of Cookie Crisp. So, which mascot is your favorite cereal mascot? I think that's what we'll start drawing first. And ladies and gentlemen, joining the stream, Chris Giarusso.
There he is.
As Franco and Greg start drawing their favorite cereal mascot. Hello, Mr. Giarusso. How are you today?
I'm good.
Awesome.
I'm ready to go.
Nice. Oh, what do you got?
I got Cheerios.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're ahead. I didn't do Cheerios because I was going to do Cheerios. I don't know if you guys saw this, but there is pumpkin spice Cheerios.
Oh, why? Why would you do that?
So my first bowl this morning was pumpkin spice Cheerios. It's pretty good. But I am now adding in the
now
Sugar Cookie Crunch.
Are we drawing our favorite cereal mascot as like character that is our favorite, or the mascot of our favorite cereal?
So Franco mentioned that Cookie Crisp went through a lot of different mascots over the years. And I mean, one of my favorites growing up was Captain Crunch, but also the one I'll probably be drawing is I'm not sure if you guys are going to remember it, but it was for Apple Cinnamon Cheerios. Used to have a team of mascots. Do you remember them?
No.
Yeah.
I can't remember any mascots, which is why I drew a Cheerio.
So wait, my question is that
an actual Cheerio?
Is that Apple Cinnamon thing? Is that your favorite cereal, and then you're drawing the mascot, or are you just drawing your favorite mascot?
Cereal mascot?
Okay, I gotta get the language right.
I feel like I need to draw the apple and the cinnamon because I should have gotten Apple Cinnamon Cheerios.
We already have some great reviews out there. We have James T. McGrath says, "This is amazing. Can we do this every Saturday?" I would love to.
This is apple, there's cinnamon, and there's my Cheerio. So I drew Apple Cinnamon Cheerios.
Now, I'm not seeing Franco's drawing on my screen here. Am I just in the wrong place on the screen?
You might be able to zoom out. Are you drawing?
I'm not drawing yet.
Okay.
I can't draw and talk to you guys at the same time.
Wow. Do you have bubble gum and can you walk?
I think
I have bubble gum
Okay,
and I
here we
can
go.
walk, but I cannot have bubble gum and walk at the same time.
Well, it's not bubble gum, it's cereal. Can you eat cereal and sit at the same time? Let's try that one.
No, I can only eat cereal while I'm running top speed.
Oh, wow.
Running top speed.
Are you guys on two devices at once?
Yes, we're technological. But
I'm
my
on two
drawing is the only
devices.
one up. Is anyone else drawing on this board?
Yeah. I'm going to have to do it from memory.
I am now. I had a problem with my internet for a second.
So this guy, he almost had like Wolverine eyes, if I remember.
And this was apple cinnamon guy?
Yeah. Yeah, he was a big, like, it was almost like a cinnamon stick. And he was a superhero. And it was Apple and Cinnamon.
Oh.
Do you remember that?
remember? No, I don't remember this guy.
It was very short-lived. Let me see if I can zoom out on this. There we go. Oh, wow. So, wow.
I think you zoomed in.
There you go.
There you go. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Nope.
I don't know that Cheerios had like the regular Cheerios. They never had a mascot, so I just drew the regular Cheerio.
They got
What
the
was
bee.
the-
the
yeah, I
honey
was gonna
nut.
say,
That's
what
honey.
was
That's
That
honey
is
nut.
honey nut.
That's honey nut Cheerios.
That's true.
It's like the same. It's like the same company, but different brands, or different rooms, or cereals, or different cereals.
There you go. Anthony had Cheerios and a banana early this morning. Breakfast of
There you go.
Franco.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
We're being shown in the Artie Sanchez is streaming us in their shop in Gettysburg.
Oh, that's awesome.
Nice.
Or as I like to call them in my family.
Gettysburg.
Yeah, I like to call them in my family. We call them Chilos, for short. No.
Quisp. We're getting some recommendations for some characters to be drawn. Lucky Charms, very cool. They, I know recently they just went back to the retro. I love it when the cereal boxes sometimes do the retro look again. Like when they did that with Captain Crunch. That was quite cool.
Yeah,
I
when
like
they
the
change
retro.
them though.
I like
Yeah.
the retro look of this guy that I'm drawing here.
Very cool.
This isn't his retro look though. His retro look is when he looked like this. Like he just had a
Oh yeah, it's more oval, right?
yeah. That means I'm gonna have to eat Frosted Flake next.
Man.
Yeah, these Honey Smacks are good. I don't know if you guys have had these in a while, but
Been a while.
they're pretty boss.
So these are just a quick drawing of the of those characters from Apple and Cinnamon.
I get it. One's an apple and one's a cinnamon stick.
Oh, I remember those, but did they just bring them back recently or not too long ago?
I don't think so. It's been a while. I remember they actually did like a limited comic book that I actually picked up. Or it came in the cereal box.
Oh, I recognize that guy who's showing up at the party.
Oh,
Well, I figure it was close to Halloween, right?
It is close to Halloween. That is
Yeah.
true. What's
Here we
Mr.
go.
T cereal.
Mr. T cereal.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you guys ready for a story about Mr. T cereal?
I think so.
When I was in elementary school, there was a kid I think he was 2 grades above me running for class president.
Was it
This
Mr.
would have
T?
been no, but hold on, I'll reveal
Okay.
who it is.
All right.
Because it's actually somebody that arguably many people might have heard of. And his poster, he drew a perfect recreation. My memory is it's a perfect recreation. I think I was in 4th grade. He was in 6th grade. Of the Mr. T cereal box image of Mr. T pointing. And it said, "I pity the fool who doesn't vote for Bernard Chang, famous comic book artist." He was in he went to my elementary school. And I remember admiring his work even back then.
Wow.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
There you go. Small world.
I don't know if anybody can guess who this guy is, but
Oh man, Frosted Flakes are awesome. They're great.
Jersey Droz chimes
King
in
Vitamin.
with 2 words. King Vitamin.
I don't even know what that is, but I'm going to draw it based on the
Same
name.
here. Same here. Very good.
King Vitamin?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Our pal Carolyn says Toucan Sam has a new character design this year. I remember the internet just threw up all over it. People were not happy with that. All right, let me zoom out so we can see everybody. Oh, I like that.
Man, that's a good one. I think I need to add more chilos because my other ones got soggy. That's what happens when you draw and try and eat breakfast at the same time.
That's true. You can't really do it, can you?
King Vitamin.
Now, is this an actual cereal or?
I'm guessing the cereal is not called King Vitamin. I'm guessing the mascot is King Vitamin.
Okay, what cereal did he belong to?
Vitaminos. I have no idea.
Vitaminos.
When I was a kid, I remember a cereal called Circus Fun showed up.
Mm-hmm.
It's the worst cereal I can remember ever eating.
Was there marshmallows in it?
There were marshmallows in it, but there were also like orange flavored pieces and then other pieces that did not go with orange. It was no good.
That does not sound fun at all.
I didn't enjoy it, but the commercial was cool. Had like a claymation circus thing going on.
All right.
Did you guys, I assume you never did the shopping when you were kids, because I know I didn't, but I would get excited about getting a cereal when my mom would go shopping if I went without her. And I would say, ooh, I want Frosted Flakes. But then to my disappointment, when she came back, it wasn't Frosted Flakes. It was some other off-brand, but it was in a bag and not in a box. Yeah, that ever happened to you guys?
Cereal.
You know?
The generic, I guess, right?
Yeah. That was always very disappointing.
Yeah.
We were very fortunate that we got the hard stuff, Lucky Charms, Frosted Flakes, Cocoa
The hard
Pebbles.
stuff.
Yeah. But nowadays, I'll certainly eat a generic cereal. I buy a lot of my cereal from Trader Joe's, which is basically generic cereal.
Yeah. All right. Let's take some. I'm going to pitch this out to everybody commenting. Let's get some nouns and verbs, and we'll have these guys put it all together, and we'll see what we can come up with. So, just whatever you want to write, noun and a verb, and we'll combine them.
I can't wait to see the noun be cereal and the verb be eating.
Another thing I have is what are some things you can do while eating cereal?
Doodle.
Yeah.
Talking.
Well, answer in your drawing, please. And then I had let's see, should we do a whole new drawing or should we just keep zooming out? What do you guys think?
I think a new one, right?
Yeah, open a new layer.
All right.
I like that Greg is just sampling all the cereals that he brought with him.
Life is a buffet, right?
I love that. I don't know why I didn't think ahead. I just brought the chilos and that's it.
Well, I went to
cleared the doodle board.
I went to the store yesterday, and cereal was on sale, so I treated myself to a bevy, a plethora.
All right, so what are we drawing now?
So Jamar wants to see somebody eating cereal and operating heavy machinery.
Got it.
We also have Simone chiming in with running.
Well, that's Chris. That's what he does.
Yeah.
That's true.
All right, running.
Noun.
Oh, and Franco, if you draw there, you're about to get in the way of my heavy machinery.
Oh, you're going to go way ahead? Okay, I'll get out of the way.
I'm going heavy. Go to the right.
All right. Got it.
Your other right.
My other right. Gotcha. Over here, right?
Yeah, that right.
Okay. All right.
I'm probably never going to figure this out.
That's right. Just keep eating your cereal. You'll be fine.
Chris,
Yeah,
I saw
you
that
can
in
join us for the cereal portion of it.
before we went live, you were drawing Snoopy, so you know,
Right.
Yeah.
what's happening over there, bro? That's
I
right.
know
I
how to
said
do
bro. Not gonna do it. Remember that, guys?
Not gonna do it.
Ross Perot, is that who we're talking about? Was
No,
it he a
Ross
breakfast
Perot said-
character?
Ross Perot was. Can I finish?
Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting my politicians.
You're getting your early '90s.
I thought we were
Presidential.
talking about cartoon breakfast characters, and I confused it with Ross Perot.
Ross Perot is my favorite cartoon breakfast character.
There you go. I think all of us are currently drawing on the drawing board, so I think we're good.
Yeah, I don't know. It's funny that we can eat cereal and draw at the same time, but we can't talk and draw at the same time. That's funny.
I can talk. What do you want to talk about? I've been talking about Ross Perot this whole time. I can't stop.
It just went blank, dead silence for a while.
Well, I just knew that the kids are all looking up Ross Perot.
So
Oh,
you're
so you
giving
were
them
giving
some
them time?
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm giving them a minute to look up the Texas billionaire who ran for president in the early '90s and would say, "Can I finish?" Although he didn't say that. That was Dana Carvey saying that as him. Oh, who's zooming in? Who's zooming who? Was that me? Did I zoom in my own drawing?
I think so.
Probably. Well,
Gotta
that's some
zoom
heavy
out.
machinery.
And it's lifting a heavy thing.
Is it a spoon?
No, it's an eye bar. I should have made it a spoon, and then it would have been a tiny little person operating a tiny little heavy machinery.
So now here's a question for you. I used to work with a woman that would eat cereal, but she would not use milk. Can you guess what liquid she used instead of milk?
Right. First, I thought you were going to say would not use a spoon, and I wanted to know more about that. But I'm going to say...
Well, that's easy with a cup. I'm going to say Coca-Cola.
Okay, Coca-Cola. Good guess.
That's a good guess. My first guess was orange juice, but I'm going to say coffee as my final guess.
Wow. All right. Chris G, did you want to chime in?
Soda.
Soda. All right.
What kind of soda? Fresca?
No, you know what? I'm changing my answer to orange juice.
All right. We see orange
I think
juice.
use orange juice.
Comics Multiverse, they guessed apple juice. J. Robert Deans guessed orange juice. Jersey guessed eggnog. All right.
That's a good guess. That's a good guess.
That is a good guess.
No, but that's seasonal. If you used to work with her, you wouldn't work with her during the holiday season. You'd work with her all year long.
My mom guessed café con leche.
Café con leche. All right.
That's my mom, by the way, if anyone's interested.
Oh, hi, Greg's mom.
Hello, Greg's mom. Good guess. The correct answer is coffee. She would have coffee instead of milk. I said, I always want to try it, but I never did.
Does she like to put milk in her coffee?
I think so. So congrats, Greg. You got that one right.
Thank you. What's my prize? My prize is I'm now going to eat the last cereal of my collection, Cocoa Pebbles, the best cereal of all the cereals.
And see, that was my suggestion for you to eat was Cocoa Pebbles.
Now,
The best
Cocoa
one.
Pebbles was cool because if you let that sit for a while, you get a whole bunch of chocolate milk at the end.
That's
But
why I make
you
it
ever
the
eat
last
the
cereal.
Fruity Pebbles? You ever eat the Fruity Pebbles? That was
I
dangerous.
have. It's been a long time, but I have eaten them, and
Because that does weird things to your milk.
Greg, your mom says I was close. Explain, Greg.
well, because café con leche is coffee with milk, so
Right.
50%.
We'll give her the points. We'll give her the points.
She can have my points.
All right. Now, Greg, do those Cocoa Pebbles, do they make sounds like Rice Krispies?
No.
No. All right.
No, I'm putting the mic right next to them. They don't have the so Cocoa Pebbles are sort of flattened out rice flakes, puffed rice.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't have as many of the air pockets that Cocoa Krispies have. But they also are chocolatier and better than Cocoa Krispies. Shots fired.
Shots fired.
You're so
All right.
good.
They are classic
Classic.
choice.
And their mascot is Fred Flintstone.
Still?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Check
well,
them
now
out.
the Flintstones are on Meat TV, and they always run Fruity Pebbles ads during that. No.
Yabba dabba do.
Oh, boy. That was my friend.
It's pretty good, Fred.
So now, what do you guys normally doodle? Do you ever find yourself when you're just sitting somewhere and you're not drawing for comics, do you ever find yourself just doodling maybe different shapes, or is it always characters, or is it always something coming out of your mind? What is it that you guys usually are doodling?
I draw hands a lot.
All of what you said.
I draw hands a lot. I draw animals. I draw human figures.
All right.
Doing things.
Yeah, I find myself doing like a lot of swirls. Sometimes I'll just fill up a whole page with just swirls.
All right, so you're the person named Anonymous Blue.
I'm guessing.
Ooh.
Okay.
What happened?
You can tell by just by.
Why are we
art
looking at
style.
Jeff Kinney?
Because I think Jeff Kinney is next. We're the lead in to Jeff Kinney.
Oh.
Man, wait till you see the viewership drop off. Once we're done and Jeff Kinney starts.
He's going to be so disappointed.
We got about 4 minutes left with us here. If there's anything in the audience, if you guys want to chime in and want us to draw something, please do so.
We're the Caroline in the City to Jeff Kinney's Seinfeld.
Oh man.
That's
Yeah, but what kind of cereal is Jeff Kinney going to be eating? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. Does Jeff want to chime in? Jeff is in the waiting room.
Oh, is he really?
Give me a thumbs up if you want to come in, Jeff. If you don't, that's fine.
I think Jeff is that Jeff drawing in red? I feel like that might be already him drawing.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us for some cereal and doodles is Jeff Kinney.
Oh.
Hey.
Hey, with neither cereal nor doodles.
That's fine.
I've come to the party without a costume.
If there was a Wimpy Kid cereal, what would it be? What would be the flake shape, the flavor?
Well, I'd go with the milk instead of the cereal, and I'd go with dairy of a Wimpy Kid.
Oh, that's perfect.
'Cause who wouldn't want dairy from a Wimpy Kid? You know.
That's perfect.
And my answer to the cereal question is, it's very specific. It's Oops All Berries, the Captain Crunch. You remember when they did that?
Yeah.
And it was like, when they put it out there, I must have been like 25 years old. And it was like, oops, our factory made a mistake and we only put the berries in. And I was like, to me, that's not a mistake. That's great news. It's
Absolutely.
all berries. Like, I fell for the marketing.
But also at 25, weren't you like, how could industry make this big of a mistake? Like, why didn't they fix it before they come out to market, right? I mean,
exactly. So I think I ate so much junk cereal in college that my let's just say things changed in my body, and it wasn't a good thing.
I think Cheez-Its did something similar where they took all the burnt pieces and they collected them into the burnt Cheez-Its, and those are fantastic.
Yeah.
So I guess you gotta take a negative and turn it positive, right?
I've heard there's some new product. Is it a Cheez-Its product? Somebody accidentally stumbled onto some formula that is like it's a twist on whatever they had. It's like Cheez-Its Flakes or something like that. And,
Really?
And people say that that's the best version of that thing.
Well, I think next time we do this, we got to try Cheez-Its in milk for Cheez-Its cereal. And see how that
God.
works.
That's
Cheez-Its and cafe con leche. That's what I'm.
There you go.
I think Enes Kanter came over here. He was from Turkey, and I think this is the correct story. I think he thought that Cheez-Its were breakfast cereal, and he was like eating them for a while, putting them in milk. And then somebody said, "What the hell are you doing?"
Wow. Yeah.
I have to look that one up.
I mean, I guess it's dairy with dairy. It's not, It's like a weird hard form of macaroni and cheese sauce.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we're gonna start wrapping up here. Jeff, I'm gonna put you. Thank you for joining us in here, Jeff. I'm gonna put you back into the green room so you can get ready.
Nice meeting you, Jeff.
Nice meeting
Thank
you.
you. Take care.
All right, and gentlemen, it's been fun doodling and eating cereal and just chatting with you guys. And believe it or not, we went through a half hour of doing that, and seems like a lot of people enjoyed it. So thank you all for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
Sure.
Thanks, Mark.
Sure. Thanks a lot. And everyone out at home, be sure to check out these guys. Franco, you want to just give your website real quick?
Yes, it's blindwolfstudios.com, and you can always check out ohyeahcomics.com. So ohyeahcomics.com.
GregSchiegel.com. You can see right there on Greg Schiegel's name, GregSchiegel.com.
That's me.
Chris G. Russo is ChrisGRusso.com, but no spaces. And
Yes,
you can find me at MarianoBrothers.com. And ladies and gentlemen, it's been fun eating cereal and having some doodles with you today. So we're gonna just take a little break now, but we're gonna be following up with. Let me just get this going here. In a little bit, we're going to be joined by Jeff Kinney. It's going to be an interview with Jeff Kinney. So it's some exciting times here at the Baltimore Comic-Con. Kids love comics. Hang in there. We'll see you soon.
That looks good. You guys hear me?
Yeah, so can everybody else.
Oh.
Hey, we're actually live, Charlie.
Oh, we're live? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
That's how this works. It's not like FaceTime where it's just between us.
Oh, shoot. All right. I'll be, now I got to be on my best behavior. All I want is breakfast cereal right now.
Yeah.
I'm really hungry.
All right, Charlie, I think we're going.
We're going? All right.
Yeah.
We'll just start. Well, really simply, it's my honor to chat with Jeff Kinney. I think everybody knows who Jeff is. He's the guy who writes and illustrates the Diary of a Wimpy Kid series. He's a #1 New York Times bestselling author. He's a 6 times Nickelodeon Kids' Choice winner for a favorite book. He's been named, I lost Jeff. He's been named one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people in the world. He's also the creator of Pop Tropica, which has been named one of Time's 50 best websites, and he owns a bookstore, An Unlikely Story. He's also written 21 books, 15 series books, and 2 books that are the tales of Raleigh Jefferson, 2 movie diaries, a do-it-yourself book. He sold over 250 million copies. They're in 65 languages and 78 editions all over the world. And he's been on the New York Times bestseller list for over 700 weeks, which is 1 week more than Harry Potter. It's a weird journey for you and I, Jeff, because we met in 2006. That was 14 years ago. The first book came out in April 2007, and right after it came out, like less than a month later, it hit the New York Times bestseller list, and it's been on ever since. And we've traveled the world together, and now here it is. You're about to come out. Your new book, which is The Deep End, which is the 15th book, comes out on Tuesday, and you're about to go on this big world tour, or not world tour, but this the first time, not a world tour, big tour. Tell us about your tour, because that's very different than anything you've ever done before.
Yeah, before I talk about the tour, it was interesting seeing the picture of those 3 books up at once. I was like, we're going to look back one day and say 2 of those 3 books were released in a pandemic. And, if I put out another book in the spring, that'll be a 3rd. It's like, it's a tough sell in the pandemic. We're doing something cool. I'll dial it back to Raleigh Jefferson's Awesome Friendly Adventure. And by the way, Charlie, thanks for doing this. I appreciate it. I'm sure this is the earliest you've ever been up on a Saturday morning. So congratulations. Or maybe you're up late. Who knows? So for Raleigh Jefferson's Awesome Friendly Adventure, we realized that there were so many kids that were experiencing everything like this, right? Zoom call, lots of talking heads and shoulders. And so I wanted to do something physical, even if it wasn't much. And so we got a van, we got out on the road. I had a mask and a 7-foot trident that was like a grabber at the end. And we just pulled up, and then kids drove by, and I handed them their books, with this trident to keep our distance. And it was really surprising to me because the parents especially were so grateful. They were like, thank you so much for giving our kids something to look forward to, because that was August. The kids have been locked up and locked in for so long. And even something that simple was really well received. And so for this new book, what we decided to do is call it Diary of a Wimpy Kid, The Deep End. And we decided to do sort of the same thing. I'm going to have a van, I'm going to drive it, and we're going to go from Washington, D.C. up to New Hampshire. And this is going to be a little bit different. The theme is a pool theme. And so it's going to be like this outdoor pool party with all these lights and a tiki hut, and there's going to be a drive-through pool where it feels like you're underwater. And so you're going to see the pool ladders on the side. There's going to be rafts floating up above. And then when you emerge from the deep end, then I'm going to be sitting there on a diving board with a pool skimmer. And that's how I'm going to give kids their books. So we'll see how it goes. I think it's the way that I like to think of it is imagine if imagine if we were always in a pandemic, and that this is the way the authors toured, and they've been doing it this way for 500 years. It's like, what would that look like? What would the experience look like if we had to kind of approximate it? People got really good at this. And so we're trying to do something it's not going to absolutely break the bank. It's not like Disney level, but it's enough to make it special. So yeah, there's me during the awesome friendly adventure giving a kid their book on a pole. Something else we saw there, Charlie, is that you can see I kind of give the kid the book on a pole. Sometimes I toss it in the air, and the kid would love to jump and catch the book, or sometimes I just hold it up really high and the kid would jump. And it was funny. We could see how much the kids just wanted to do something physical, something that wasn't on a screen. And so there's going to be stuff that you can do on this tour. Like you're going to be able to shoot a lifeguard off of a lifeguard chair with a water balloon slingshot. So anything we can do that's safe, that allows the kid to also have some fun, that's what we're trying to do.
The lifeguard thing was the first time I was glad that I wasn't going on this tour with you, because that would have ended up being me.
Yeah. And this will be your first tour, the second, I guess, that you didn't do with me. And we've been working together for a long time, 13 years, something like that.
14 years. Yeah. We met in 2006 at the first New York Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so excited to hear about the tour, because I think you're right. Kids really want to interact with people and with their heroes, obviously. And it's amazing that you're putting yourself out there in this time of COVID, but doing it in a really safe way. I think that's really exciting. And I know from the feedback on the Awesome Friendly tour how important that was to kids who came out to see you. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
And the other thing that you did, which is really smart, you have the new book, Wimpy Kid, The Deep End, coming out. And, I know that we started working on that book shortly after the pandemic began, and you were struggling a little bit. Like, how do you tell a funny story during this time? How do you tell a story that's relevant? Do you want to, tell readers a little bit about that process and what the story is about?
Yeah. Well, I wrote the book at the cemetery, which has been my kind of office for a while now. Even before the pandemic, we were doing home renovation, so I needed to have somewhere to work. But when the pandemic hit, my kids were home all the time doing their remote learning, and I didn't have anywhere to be. Our house isn't really that big, and the kids, they need to be on the virtual classes, and it was just tight. And so I decided every day I just went to the cemetery and did my writing there.
Which is, but you should clarify, it's near your store.
Yeah.
So,
that's so fun. Yeah. It's near my store, but I just grab a blanket and some junk food and just sit there for a few hours each day. And I'm about to do that again, actually, because I have to write another thing that I'm working on. So when I was thinking about this book, I was thinking, it's a weird thing because I like the idea that the Wimpy Kid books are timeless and placeless, and you can't really tell, you can't really pin them to a specific era. But I was like, literally the whole world is going through this same thing right now. And so that means that, that they're going to be almost expecting from a book like Diary of a Wimpy Kid, which reflects real life to a certain degree, they're going to be expecting some sort of acknowledgement. And so I started the book. The last book, The Wrecking Ball, ended with the Heffleys having home demolition. Like they're reconstructing their home. So I start the family off in the deep end in quarantine in their grandmother's basement, because I was just like, you know what, I can do a lot of the quarantine jokes. Dad's doing remote work, the family's packed together, they're playing board games, mom's encouraging everyone to use their imagination. It's like these are all markers of the quarantine era, but I don't have to talk about the disease. I'll bet you there's an image that you missed in the book, Charlie, where the only place where I acknowledge COVID specifically.
Oh, I'm trying to
explicitly.
I don't remember.
Yeah, there's. I'm trying to see if I have a book around. I'll show you. Okay, so in the first few pages, when they're doing a puppet show, do you have it with you?
I do, right here.
Okay, so in the first few pages, the family, the mom and Manny are doing a puppet show for the rest of the family, right? Yeah. And they have, it says QTV, which first of all is a joke, which is quarantine TV.
Yep.
And then if you look at like there's a news anchor, right?
Oh, there's the little COVID thing.
Yeah, and he's got an image of the virus there. So that was the only place where I kind of allowed myself to do it. You want to show it on screen? Yeah, I think you can show that. Yeah.
Do that.
It's not like hilarious, but it's
no, but it's great. And when we're working on these books, let's see if I can.
Yeah.
Trying to get that right.
Yeah, the other side.
There it is.
That's it. Yeah, you can see the news anchor. He's right next to like a virus strand. So
right.
Yeah, I didn't want to, because the other problem was that there's a lot of funny that you get out of quarantine right now, especially because everybody's experiencing the same thing. But there's a lot of unfunny, of course. So many people have lost a loved one. So it's really hard to thread that needle, basically.
I thought you did it perfectly, and it's like one of those nice happy accidents, because when you ended The Wrecking Ball, you didn't know that you're going to start this book with quarantine.
Yeah.
You probably have had a completely different beginning, but I thought you were very thoughtful. You were, I love our conversations about process and, how do I be funny, or should I be funny? Or, so many kids are and families are suffering, but I think, the important thing is that you also realize that being funny and making kids laugh is really important in this time.
Yeah, I think so. If you show the cover, actually, that's the other acknowledgement of quarantine. Can you guess what that is, or of our time? It's a marker for our time.
Probably just isolation, right?
Social distancing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Greg's kind of he's separate from everyone else. Yeah.
Yeah. I love that. And so you're going out on tour Tuesday. You start.
Actually, tomorrow we start. We're gonna do an event at my bookstore, and we got to try it out. I'm up here in Plainville, Massachusetts. We got to try it out, make sure we learn the lessons of how to make it fun, right. And then we drive down to the DC area, and then we start up on Monday and crank all the way through for a long time until about November 20th.
Oh wow, that is a long time. I'm sorry I won't be on that. And then this is the first tour too, where not last year you had 2 books too, but you have the new Awesome Friendly Adventure. And tell us a little bit about that, because you reimagine Greg and Rowley as Garg and Roland, and you have all these great characters. You have they're about to save Roland's mom from the White Warlock, and you have this great cast of characters like a one-eyed wizard, and this guy Kristoff, and Stefan, and Lefty, who's a giant magical hand, and Sherlock Holmes. Tell us a little bit about that story.
Yeah, I never thought I'd do a book like with a lot of different characters, but yeah, this was the one to do it. And it's a pity because I think a lot of people who have read this book think it's my best work, and of course, it came out in the height of a pandemic. So I hope that kids discover it eventually. But it is. Yeah, this is Rowley decides to write his own book, and he decides to make it an epic fantasy. And as he's writing it, he's pretty proud of himself. You know, he has that joy of creation that a kid gets when they create something new, and his parents praise him for it. And then Greg gets a hold of it, and Greg has thoughts, right? So Greg has lots of thoughts on how to make it better, how to make it more commercial, how to make, you know, the action better, the ending better. And so Rowley at first listens to Greg. He's very willing to make changes to his work. But as the work goes on, Rowley gets more sure of himself. And he also realizes that his sensibilities aren't the same as Greg's. So he kind of takes the reins of his own story in a way that I think is really fun and satisfying.
Yeah, I love this book, and I'm one of those people who've said to you, I think this is the best book that you've ever done. My favorite thing about this book is that from the time that you decided to do this to the time that we had a physical copy in our hand was like less than 3 months, and we had this whole thing planned, and then all of a sudden, you know, the world went on pause.
Yeah.
So it didn't come out until August. But this was the fastest I think you ever wrote a book, right?
Yeah, it was December. I think it's December 20th. That I said, I think I can do this. And my publisher Abrams moved heaven and earth to make it work at the printing press. And thanks to Warzala also for making this happen. And we December 20th was the idea was born. And then February 25th or something like that, it was at the printer. So it was crazy. And I think that if we do another Rowley book, it's gonna be a similar kind of thing where it's just there's no wasted time at all.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know how you do, you know, 2 books either, but you also just wrote an animated movie, right?
Yeah. In fact, I can't say too much, but we are working with Disney Plus, and that's really fun to be working on bringing these characters to life in animated form. And it allows me to do screenwriting, which is actually my favorite type of writing. It's so efficient, and it's so cool because, you know, you just write words on a page, you describe a scene, and that there are animators who are going to create this whole scene, and they'll be thoughtful about every detail of the scene, including the posters on the walls and the crumbs on the floor and everything like that. So you feel almost like a wizard because you can create things just with your words.
That's amazing. I like the fact that too you get to exercise different writing muscles and do different things. You sort of you know, having worked on the Wimpy Kid movies that you know, I think there were 4 of them if I remember correctly. And you know, you got a taste of that, and that influenced your writing with like The Long Haul, Book 7.
Yeah.
You started writing in a more cinematic way than the early ones, which, you know, you always say they're just a collection of jokes, but you've always been more than that to me. But you know, and then Book 7, your writing evolved where you started to really think in terms of, you know, narrative in a different way. And I know, like, even with the Rowley book, when you wrote the new one, you know, these things don't come from nowhere. Obviously, you know, with the Rowley book, you're a big fan of fantasy. You've loved fantasy. I guess Tolkien was The Hobbit the first Tolkien that you read?
Yeah, I'm sure it was. And I saw the Rankin Bass movie, which was really great. And you know, and that's my version of The Hobbit. And then I read the book, and I kind of got hooked on that fantasy genre. And then I fell in love with the Xanth novels, Xanth, by Piers Anthony, because they were great fantasy and they're also really funny. So that's what I don't know how many people know the Xanth series these days, but that was they were really influential on me.
Yeah, and I'm sure when you were looking at the Rankin Bass Tolkien, you know, The Hobbit, you never thought like, oh, one day I'm going to write an animated, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's been a crazy career where you get to do those things in the world and all of that.
Yeah, it's funny. I've only been a published author since 2007, so 13 years, and yeah, I've gotten to do a lot. A lot of that's thanks to you, and so it's been really fun, and I'm really eager to see what can happen next.
Yeah, me too, because I feel like every year something happens or changes with Wimpy Kid. Like, we never, myself included, never dreamed you'd be a balloon in the Macy's Day Parade. This will be the first year I'm not walking in the parade. I've walked every year for the past 12 years.
Yeah.
This will be the first year because they're not doing it in the same way.
Yeah. That's a pity, but the balloon will fly just without you. You'll be replaced by a car. They're gonna tie it to a car.
It was only a matter of time. We don't have that much more time, but a couple of things I'd love to touch on for you is just a little bit about your writing process, which I find fascinating. The deconstruction of it and the way you approach your books, because I think a lot of writers approach, obviously they have a great story and they want to tell that story, and it's not that you don't want to tell a great story, but you consider yourself, you said, more of a joke writer than a novelist per se.
Yeah, I do, because the books really start off with the jokes. And you talked before about the idea of structure or telling things cinematically. I've had an evolution over a period of years. And the first what I did was I just wrote down all the funny things that happened to me as a kid. And then I took those things and then I strung them together into a narrative. And I think I sort of lucked out with the first book because that one had a built-in narrative that was actually cinematic. It was very small. And then the subsequent books were a little messier. Like I have no idea right now what the plot of, say, Dog Days is, or maybe even The Ugly Truth. Like, it's basically, the books were sort of clearinghouses for my jokes. And over time, I saw that worked against me when you got into adaptations, because when you started to adapt the work, you had to tell the story in a different way. And you read the book Save the Cat. It's like every one of these movies, whether it's a really good art house movie or a kind of a Hollywood blockbuster, follows a basic structure. My books didn't. And so what I started to do around book 9, actually, The Long Haul, was I tried to kind of make the structure sound enough that if it was adapted, that it had to follow certain beats. And then even when I started doing that, I wasn't that good at it. And so I've gotten better at it now. It used to take me like 2 days to break a story, and now it takes me probably like 15 minutes to break a story. And because
explain what you mean by break a story.
Yeah. Let's say, just for sake of argument, that the next Wimpy Kid story is about Greg on a basketball team, right? It's like, that's all we know about the story right now, is that Greg's on a basketball team, right? It's like, we already know what the structure is going to be, right? There's 3 acts, and the first act is the old world, or the world as it currently is, and that world needs to change. And the second act is going to be the fun and games, like the reason that we came to see the movie, as they say in Save the Cat. And then the third act is going to be the resolution, right? So if I have a basketball story and that's all I know, I already know how that story breaks, right? First of all, you've got, the title is Diary of a Wimpy Kid. So you have to play a sport against what Greg's nature, right? So there's already a built-in conflict. So act 1 is going to be Greg anticipating, or he's in his world, his video game world. He doesn't play sports, et cetera, right? And then there's going to be a catalyst, which is going to be an invitation to get on the basketball team or something like that. And then the fun and games is the basketball season. It's getting on the team, playing with his friends, blah, 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 blah. And then there's going to be kind of like a series of things that happens from the middle of the book until the end of the second act. It's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And there's going to be an all is lost moment where, maybe Greg's teammates are mad at him. Maybe he's kicked off the team. Whatever it is, it's going to be, it's going to be bad for the whole scene.
Mm.
And then the third act, you know that the third act of a sports movie, if you will, is going to be the tournament. It's going to be it's going to be the team coming together, or whatever form that takes. And that, by the way, is not what I'm going to write next. Don't worry, Charlie.
I was like, oh, he's further along than I.
Right. But I have a different idea, but it's a sporty kind of idea. But anyway, what I'm saying is, just from the fact that it's Greg basketball, we already know basically how things are going to go, and there's a lot of room in there to change things. But you sort of have to know the rules before you break the rules, which
Right.
you've heard before.
Yeah, I thought, it's funny that you said book 7, I think, was where the structure came in. I always thought of it as book 4, because the first 3 books, when you and I first started working on Wimpy Kid, your original goal was to do a very, very big fat, 700-page book or whatever, and you had like 1,500 pages online that you broke down into 3 separate books, and that was more or less, you're right, like, just a bunch of gags or whatever. And then with book 4, that was the first one that you started from scratch.
Yeah.
It was your summer story. I think that was that, if we had to like describe that book, it would be that.
Yeah.
So each book after that sort of evolved. But yeah, there was this sort of, like, for me, it's been a great ride working with you, because I got to see your evolution and sort of your knowledge of structure, story structure, and everything, sort of evolve over time.
Yeah, and what's funny is that I have this really, this is in all areas of my life. I have a very, very slow developmental process. Like I don't make quick leaps. And if like I could talk about Save the Cat structure, like it's taken me a long time, like 7 years to get used to it and to get good at it. Whereas I could talk to an 18 or 19-year-old who's read the book or just understands movies sort of instinctively, and they'd be way ahead of me. It's just it's a weird thing. I wish I like I said, I'm almost 50, and I wish it didn't take me so long to learn things.
And I think that's part of your gift, is that you process things in a different way, and you see that in the new Rowley book too, which you take the tropes of telling a fantasy story, but you subvert it. And I think that's what makes the Wimpy Kid books fun, is that you're always looking for ways to either be reflexive, that's the cover of the new one, and sort of change all the basic tropes in your understanding. And in the last few minutes we have, if you want to sort of talk a little bit about the way that narrative takes place, with Greg sort of influencing the story as it progresses.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember this book that I wrote earlier this year. What was really hard about this book was that I had to have a double narrative and an interlocking narrative, right? Again, the kind of Save the Cat 3-act structure. And so there was a story that was happening on the page that Rowley was telling, the story of Roland the Kind and Garg the Barbarian. And then there's the story of Greg and Rowley, basically Greg editing this book, and both of them follow the same structure, but the stories are really different. And so if you just take the first act on its own, Rowley, Roland the Kind lives in a village, and the catalyst is that his mother is kidnapped, and that sets him into the upside down world of the second act, where he's on the road with his friend Garg, right? In the real life situation where Rowley is sharing his story, the old world is that Rowley's written a book, he's proud of it, his parents love it, and then the catalyst is that Greg gets involved. And once Greg gets involved, then the two of them are on this path together. The upside down world is the world of Greg editing Rowley's book and then Rowley reacting to the changes. The reason you came to see the movie, if you will, is that, Greg, it's funny to see Greg trying to give Rowley suggestions and then Rowley taking those suggestions kind of poorly. And then in the third act, they start to break away from each other, Greg and Rowley. And that's and that's how we resolved the book, is that Rowley kind of, he knew he had to stand on his own 2 feet as a creator. And, he doesn't really need Greg to finish the book. And I won't give away what happens in the actual story, because that wouldn't be fair.
No. Well, I love that, this new sort of awesome, friendly, so ancillary books that you're doing. I won't call it a series, but I love that you're sort of looking for the awesome, friendly, you're using Raleigh as this proxy to sort of talk about the awesome friendliness of people that you meet. And part of the tour, that you're doing now and that you did before was recognizing kids who are awesome and friendly. And I think that's really important because, there's so many heroes, and it's not, it's you're telling stories that and recognizing kids with this tour that don't often get recognized. And I think that's really amazing.
Yeah, it was really fun. We, in the first book, especially Diary of an Awesome Friendly Kid, we went around the boroughs of New York, and we found people who had done cool stuff. Like, for example, there was a young woman who lost her mother, and then she went around and left little notes of kindness for people all over the city. And we got to spend a little bit of time with her, and it was very touching. It was touching for her, and it was touching for us. And we created in this little bubble of those experiences of meeting people, we created something really special that we'll never forget. It filled up our buckets, and I think it was good for those people to be acknowledged too. Even if it was a really ridiculous thing, they got a certificate that said that they're an awesome, friendly person. It's silly, but it wasn't useless. One woman actually who volunteered her time teaching sort of Sunday school in a tough area in Yonkers. When we gave her certificate, she accepted it like it was an Academy Award. It was like she had not been acknowledged, and so it was really special to us. And I think you were with me that day, right?
I was, and there was nothing silly about any of them. I felt like every one of them, we walked away crying or moved and emotional. And the people that you recognize, you're right. Like, I remember we went to a class somewhere up in the Bronx and saw all these students and recognized somebody who was, spoke out against bullying in his school and all that. I just think those moments of recognizing, ordinary people for extraordinary acts of just kindness.
Yeah.
Is so relevant. And
I have to tell a Charlie story. Are we out of time, or do we have another minute?
I don't know. Oh, I know you're going to tell. You can tell, and then John, you'll let us know when we have to leave.
Okay, I have to tell a Charlie story. Is that sorry, Charlie, but it has to be told. So what we did is every time that we recognized a person, we had we had a team of like 6 or 7 people with us, which seems quaint right now because we can't be around each other. But we had, and everybody had orange shirts that said "Awesome Friendly Person" or red shirts that said "Awesome Friendly Person." And I would start to announce the person. I would say, John, we wanted to recognize you for. And then each one of our team members would say some nice thing about John, like for teaching kids how to play basketball who might not have had the chance, da 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 da. And for this, we acknowledge you with an awesome, friendly certificate. So we ended up going to and Charlie, I always got on people. I said, you have to memorize your line. You can't read it off your phone. Just memorize this half of a sentence, please. And so nobody could remember the lines, but Charlie was the worst at it. And then so at one point we went to a knitting and yarn club or something like that, right? They were knitting hats for people who couldn't afford to buy winter hats. And so the lines were for taking your time and creating something for blah blah blah. It was like that kind of a thing. And then we got to Charlie, and Charlie had memorized his line, but it was from the previous person. So the previous recipient. And so he said, for helping kids connect with their parents in prison. And everybody was like, what? Like, Charlie, that is not correct for this moment.
I'm going to miss being on the tour with you.
Yeah. So that was, and it's funny, I've been all over the world with Charlie, and we've gotten to go to India and other places, and we get to see. It's so strange because I write these books in Plainville. I send them by wire, basically, across the internets to Charlie, who edits them, and that's the end of our involvement, really. And then those books show up in India and Turkey and Pakistan and Australia, New Zealand, everywhere all over the world, and we don't often get to experience that we don't often get to meet those kids. I'll put it to you that way. And we don't often even get any sense that those books are traveling the way that they do. And so, but in the old world, in the before times, Charlie and I actually got out and got to see some of these places. And it's very motivating to see kids reading these books in places that are not the United States.
Yeah, I think that, the trips abroad, every country that we went to, and you mentioned India, that was probably the most profound for me. And I remember you and I sitting in the hotel that night, and like, this is as good as it gets. We're like in a beautiful hotel in India, which, was amazing, but it was also seeing how important Wimpy Kid was and meeting you was to kids all over the world, and that the universality of all of your books and everything was just that they were seeing themselves in these books, because they're avatars. They're sort of, they don't have color. They're these black and white, sort of line drawings that kids project themselves onto. And in India, especially, the incredible desire to laugh and connect with you. When we were in the Philippines, kids following you around like you were the Dalai Lama. Remember, we were touring that temple, and kids were following you like
they'd
never seen anything like it. It was so moving, and all those experiences, are things I'll never forget. So when we're crashing a book and we're working until 4 a.m, you and I, on something, the payoff is really getting to see how, not just here, and it's not just like, hitting a bestseller list or whatever. It's just like changing lives all over the world and making an impression like that gets kids to read, but also gets kids to just like experience something that they don't normally do if their lives are very hard, like they were in India.
Yeah, it's a privilege for sure.
Yeah. So I'll wrap it up for our readers. I want to thank you. I hope you have a safe tour. I'm sorry I won't be there, but keep me posted on any fun things that happen along the way. But I want to remind everybody, all these books are available for pre-order online at wherever books are sold. Jeff is going to be in An Unlikely Story. That's his bookstore, and you could pre-order signed books through there or through the Abrams website, or again, wherever books are sold. But Jeff, have a safe, healthy tour. Have a great time. And I really want to thank Baltimore Comic-Con and Kids Read Comics Kids Love Comics for hosting us and having us.
Yes, thanks so much. And I'll see you guys all down the road. Stay safe. Thanks, Charlie.
You too. Bye.
Okay, thanks everybody. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Jeff.
And we'll be we're just getting ready for we're so lucky to have Jeff Kinney and Charlie Kochman from Abrams has done so much always for the Baltimore Comic-Con. We'd like to thank the Baltimore Comic-Con for letting us have this Kids Love Comics channel this weekend. And we're so excited that so many people are jumping on. Bradley Tan from Malaysia actually jumped on and watched Jeff speaking. We've got a whole bunch of different great people that have been asking questions. And, what's really neat is we have a very cool how to draw unicorns lesson that's coming up in just a second here. And it's going to be JC Phillips, who I'm going to read you. I'm going to pull up her cover, and let's see if I can share that. Yeah, there you go. PC Packer Unicorn Tracker from JC Phillips that just came out recently. It's a very fun book. We have it in our house. Actually, I handed it off to a 6-year-old that really enjoyed it. By the way, I'm John Gallagher. I'm the creator of Max Meow Cat Crusader, which just came out on October 6th. There's my little plug. And I'm one of the organizers of the Kids Love Comics area at Baltimore Comic-Con every year. And along with Mark Mariano, Chris Mariano, and Jamar Nicholas. So we're all so happy that you're here. We are going to show you, let me tell you a little bit about JC Phillips real quick. She's a picture book creator and longtime graphic novel reader, as well as apparently the owner of a somewhat mostly accidental, expensive unicorn collection. So like Pacey, she's occasionally snarky, and unlike Pacey, she hasn't met a real unicorn yet. So I'm going to share the video now that JC was nice enough to do for us, and it's going to show you how to draw a unicorn at home. Now, if you want to, if you would like, you can pick up some paper, some pencils, and draw along with us. And thanks for watching, and this should start up in just a second. Okay. Oh, hold on. I bet you I will need to remove that real quick. Stop screen. I'm going to share that screen again. Chrome tab. See, you're getting to see all the background stuff. I almost forgot to share the audio, which is very, very important, of course. And let's see if I can, how I share this. Okay, here we go.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Hi, I am author illustrator JC Phillips. This is Boris. He wants to get down. And I am the I am the author illustrator of this graphic novel, Pacey Packer Unicorn Tracker. This is my first graphic novel with the good folks at Random House. Can you see that? That's my publisher, and I want them to be happy with me. So in this graphic novel, this is Pacey Packer. She's a 12-and-a-half-year-old girl, and she has been given the great responsibility of babysitting her little sister, Mina. But Mina wants to play tea party, and Pacey's taking her babysitting responsibilities very seriously. So she does not want to play tea party, and they get into a fight. Now, Pacey wants to make up with her sister, but when she goes up to her room, she sees that Mina is on a real live unicorn, and her stuffed animal Slasher, that's this guy right here, has come to life, and they're going to take Mina away over the rainbow to a unicorn land. So Pacey hitches a ride on the unicorn's tail until she and Slasher fall off into Rundleland, which is the land of the unicorns, and then they have to work together to get to the unicorn castle to find Mina and get her back home before the parents come home. It is an adventure story. It is full of comedy. It is full of fun creatures, and it has a lot of bickering between Pacey and Slasher the unicorn. So hopefully you'll have a lot of fun reading it. I thought what I would do is take you on a little tour of my studio and then teach you how to draw Slasher. Does that sound cool? I hope so, because that's what we're going to do. All right. And here we have my studio. So this is just a little room in my house. There's the door we just came in. And there's my futon. See, because this is the guest room when people come and stay with us. These are some masks that I made. And we have little stuffed animals of Pacey and Slasher that I made. Sometimes I like to sit right here. This is a desk, so I can put that on my lap and I can draw. Over here, I've got my bookshelves, which I'm limited to not too many in this room. I don't have space for too many, but it's good because you can get a lot of books. So I have to sort of watch myself. So at the top, we have a lot of toys, little things. I've got Frog and Toad over here that I made, some puppets, some unicorns over there, other unicorn things. I've got graphic novels over here and some boxes to organize my art and stickers. This is a shelf of my books. So different copies of picture books. There's my Pacey Packer unicorn trackers right there. And this is a little wicker frog in which I keep gum. Here's more graphic novels. Picture books, and this is a box for my cat to sleep in. Now my cats are not in here. We'll go on a cat hunt a little later. And a little toy for the cats, more books. These are books on kind of how to make different kinds of art and reference books. Over here, I've got my binders of where I keep the pencil versions of the books. So there's the first Pacey Packer and there's the second Pacey Packer. And then this is a book where I keep track of all the different creatures and things like that. Here's this beautiful Sophie Blackall print that I just got that I'm really excited about. Some paper. I used to do a lot of collage art, so that's all paper. Here's another cat tree. Here, I'm going to shift over so that you can see in the light is a different corner of the room. This is all different, like when I draw all the pencils of Pacey Packer, the originals and the ink drawings. They're all in these cubbies over here. Some more boxes, some drawers. These used to be old library drawers. These are all books on writing down here. A couple more shelves. These aren't super well organized. I just didn't get around to it, guys. There's a puppet that I made in graduate school. This is a drawing that my son made when he was little. Here are lots of good pens and pencils and markers and scissors. And over here, here's a little slasher that I made from clay to be sort of a model for drawing. His head is detached so that I can turn it if I need to. Like, see, it comes right off. I'm working one-handed here, so I can't turn it as well as I would want there. So I can give him little attitude if I need to. He just helps me if I need to draw him from like a different angle, like from behind or something like that. Here's some paintbrushes. I do a lot of painting. Here's a bunch of old pictures and little things I keep around, mementos, notebooks. Here's my computer desk. I'll pull back. And then another cork board that's really, really overfilled with stuff, but that's about as organized as I get. Here's another cat box. I have 2 cats, and Natasha likes to sleep up here when I'm working sometime. My printer. I keep little reference photos over here because when I'm doing digital work, then it helps me to remember how tall everybody is in relation to everybody else. There's my computer. I have my drawing pad under here. My Wacom tablet. I keep the box over it so that the cats don't walk on it and get their little kitty paws on it. And then markers. This is my day planner here, which is very necessary for me to live my life. So I make little boxes and lists and check them off. And then we're back around to the front. There's boxes, there's piles in here. It's just a little room. And that is my studio. All right, now it's time to draw a slasher. So here's what you're going to need. A piece of paper, a pencil and an eraser, a black marker. Now I have 2, one for the line work and one to fill things in, but you can use just one, that's fine. Something purple. I have 3 different color purple markers I'm going to use. Maybe you have 1. Maybe you have colored pencils. Maybe you have crayons. Whatever you have is great. And I'm going to use 1 gray marker too. You might not have one of these. That's okay. I'm just going to do it the way with the tools I have. And you guys can use the tools you have. And we're going to draw some unicorns, okay? Let's draw slasher. Okay. So with your pencil, we're going to draw kind of a large, lightly, I'm sketching, kind of a large sort of oval right around here. This is going to be like his nose area. And 2 circles sort of off to one side. And it's okay if they overlap a little bit because the top of his nose sort of cuts off an eye. Now these are just light. We're going to come up here. We're going to do his hair in one ear and 2 ears. And I think I have to move my paper down just a little bit, and a little horn. Now we're just sketching these shapes in right now. So we coming down over here and we round it just a little bit on the side of the cheek. So I'm actually going out a little further than the oval that I drew, but maybe your oval is right there. I think I'll come in a little bit because we're just sort of refining the shape with the pencil. Now for Slasher, I do a straight line right across both those circles, and then I just sort of do his eyes dipping down below because he sort of like has a not amused face. And then we do some bigger ovals over here for the nostrils, and we're going to color those in. Okay, and then as we're coming down here, we're following the bottom of the oval, and then it sort of ends in just a tiny bit of a frown. Like he's not mad. He's maybe bored or he's annoyed or something like that. So just a little bit of a frown. Bring the cheek down a little bit more. And then I sometimes just sort of have the stomach come right out from the mouth. Now you can do a little oval, a light oval. Let's us do that. Let's make a little oval so we know where the body's going to be. He's a round little guy. Okay. So the belly's going to come out this way a little bit. And then around here, we're going to draw a line. Maybe it comes out just a little bit, but it's kind of straight. A little rounded at the bottom, and then back up to that circle. Come over here. We're drawing the legs now. Make it a little bit round. Okay, he's got his 2 legs. Let's make it so he's got his hands on his hips. So we're going to take a line. We're going to take it at an angle and then angle it back into the body. Maybe round it right there. And then the other one comes out from this side. Take it out at an angle. Bring it back towards the body. That one's maybe overlapping the oval just a little bit, and bring that back. And then behind this arm is the tail coming out. So we're going to round it, and then we swoop it under and bring it around from that side and have it meet. Now, Slasher has black hooves, so you kind of have to draw the lines, and they can be a little rough because he's fur, so that's okay. And we need to do the hair, the back of his mane. So that's kind of a swoop and then up, and then down, and swooping up, and then down, and then swooping up, and then down. Oh, and now we have to do the heart, which of course I think is really funny because he's not the kind of guy that would want a big heart on his belly, but he still has one and he has to deal with it. Okay, so we have our pencil sketch. So now I'm going to shift over to my black brush pencil. I'm using a Tombow. Can you see that? Tombow. I'm not sure what catches in the light. This is a lovely brush pen that has just the right amount of control for me. So you might just have a Sharpie or a Crayola. Whatever you have is great. I'm just also showing you what I like to work with. I like to work with it because it can go from a fine point to a thicker one depending on how much weight I put on it. So let's do the top. I think a general rule of illustration work is the things closer to the light source you try to use a lighter line for, and the things farther away, like the bottom of his hair, you try to use a thicker line for. And sometimes you just make your own choices. So I'm going to do that. Now I'm going to do this part, the top part, because that other eye goes behind it. I don't want it to overlap it. And now I'm coming in doing that frown. Now I can go back and get the eye, and it'll fit nicely behind it. Okay. I'm not going to fill in the nostrils just yet. They will be filled in, but I'm not going to worry about that just yet. And let's do this. Now I'm going to go ahead and turn it, because if I tried to do it straight across, I'd probably make a mistake. Sometimes I have to turn my paper. Okay, so now I'm happy with that. And I'm just sort of I'm not filling this in because I'm leaving a little bit of light in the eye. It just makes the eyes look a little bit more alive. Sorry, I'm moving some stuff over on my table. All right, let's continue the head down. Let's push that cheek out a little bit. And I'm going to come down towards the belly, down here. And I'm just going to overlap where the leg is just a little bit, and then pick it up over here. If you did the whole line, that would be fine. But one of the things we're doing when we ink over the pencil is we don't have to draw every line we did with the pencil. Some of those are just there to help us with the shapes. Now I am going to be a little rough with that line because, again, he's fur. He's a soft stuffed animal, so it's okay to have some rougher lines on him. And I like to do the heart a little bit with some rougher lines. I usually try to do that kind of on the light side. Okay, we'll get that, and we'll try to go heavy on the bottom side and then lighten it up. And oops, those didn't touch. Sometimes they don't. Okay, and then we'll just get a little bit of this line and this line because that's his little behind. And we're going to get the tail. And again, I'm going to try to go a little thicker at the bottom and lighten it as it comes up. And then we'll do this. And swoop. And the final swoop. And the last thing I'm going to do is I just make these tiny lines in his horn, because these are supposed to be stitches because he's a stuffed animal. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that line work on Slasher. So normally what I might do is just give it a little time to dry, and then I'm going to erase all my pencil lines. So hopefully that's enough and I don't have a big smudge. And if I do, we will deal with it. I'm going to try to start erasing gently the areas in order in which I drew them to give my ink a little bit of time to dry. I think it dries pretty fast. And I'm just using what's called an art gum eraser, which is kind of fun because I can tear it apart if I want to and play with it. I tend to like to fidget with things when I'm listening to people talk at a lecture or something like that. So I love a good art gum eraser because I can fidget with it. And it's practical. Okay. So I've erased my pencil lines, and now it's time to fill in with some color. I'm going to start with my lightest purple. I'm using Copic. I actually don't know if you pronounce it a hard O or a light O. I don't think I've ever discussed it. I just draw with it. And one of the cats wants to come into the room. Well, they're just going to have to wait, or they're going to push the door open. Let's see what they do. And that's for his eyebrow. Now I'm going to grab my other one. Eyelids, I meant. That's what happens when I talk and draw at the same time. Sometimes I say the wrong word. And that's okay, because that's what rewrites are for. Oh, the cat has pushed the door open. You can't see it. But if a cat suddenly appears, we will know why. So I'm just filling this in. I like these markers because they have like the brush tip too. And we're doing the heart. And then we'll do the tail. There we go, down to the tail. Do you want to, here, let's go visit my cat for a second. Hey, Boris. Hey, buddy. How's it going? What you doing over there? Boris, what's up, bud? Hi. Hi. Okay, back to drawing. That was our drawing intermission cat break. I think it's really important to have cat breaks every now and then. Okay. All right, so that's all colored in. Now I've got my final purple, which is a little darker, and I'm going to do shadows kind of at the bottom just to give it a little bit more dimension. Tighter to the body, just at the bottom of the hair. And you might not have a darker purple. This might not be a part that you do, and that is totally fine. But I'm just showing you in case you do have a darker purple and you're not sure what to do with it. Okay, great. If you want to put a teeny tiny little bit around there, you can. Okay, and then I'm going to take my gray. Hello. And kind of do the same thing where there would be a shadow between the eyes, under here, maybe under the horn. I'm going to put a little bit of gray. Sun, let's say that he's under a lamp or the sun or something like that. So the sun wouldn't get necessarily to the bottom parts of his body. It'd just be a little shadow. Okay, not too much. And now we're going to fill in the nostrils and the hoofs. And this is just a Sharpie. I'm just sort of being careful, trying not to go over my line work. This is where your coloring books have trained you well to stay within the line. And we're just going to get the bottom, get a little sloppy in the middle. I get sloppy in the middle sometimes, and then I try to be a little bit more careful by the edges. And there we go. Okay, I think we're done. Now you can, some people like to color in the horn. Sometimes I color in yellow, sometimes I leave it white. That's completely up to you. So there we have it. You've drawn Slasher. Hi. Thanks so much for joining me. This is Natasha. So we're saying
Hopefully, everybody will share their unicorns on Twitter and Instagram, Facebook, and add the hashtag Kids Love Comics. Also, you can add Baltimore Comic-Con if you'd like. Now it's time for a special video. Our good buddy Jamar Nicholas is going to be talking with another good buddy of Kids Love Comics, Kazu Kibuishi.
Well, hello. Well, hello. Look at those graphics. Hi, everybody. I'm Jamar Nicholas. You may remember me from Baltimore Comic-Con in real life, where you would always see me hanging out with my buddies at the Kids Love Comics Pavilion. And I'm the creator of Leon and the Leon series of books now at home at Scholastic Graphics. So it's great to see everybody, and I have a really special show for us today. I'm going to hang out and talk to my best bud, Kazu Kibuishi, and we're going to talk about what it's like to be a cartoonist and an author. And I'm going to ask him a bunch of questions he's heard a million times, but we'll have a lot of fun. So let's bring him in. Hey, Kazu.
Hey, Jamar.
How are you?
I'm doing good. Hey, and congratulations on becoming a part of the graphics family. I'm so happy about that.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
So good to have you on the team.
Oh, I'm excited. Yeah, it's just begun. So I hope to have a very long career ahead of me at Scholastic. So, Kazu, thank you. Kazu, thanks for coming on with me today. The Baltimore Comic-Con gave me a really cool assignment to talk to some of my buds about their careers, and I figured, why not reach out to you, because you've always been so nice and willing to give up your time, and we have a good energy together. So I figured I'd ask you some questions, and I've called this 10 questions with Kazu. Now, I don't know if we're going to get through 10, but we'll see what we can do. All right, so I'm going to ask these questions kind of like if I was a young person again, and I got to like meet a famous person like you, Kazu, and ask some questions without shaking and getting all nervous. I would come up with at least these good questions. Okay. All right, so let's just start. So this is kind of a twofold question. A little bit about you coming of age as an artist and what you're using right now on your table. So the first question is, did you always draw, Kazu? And what are your favorite art tools?
I think all kids have drawn to start, right? So
Mhm.
I just didn't stop. So I think we all started drawing.
Mhm.
And that's how we were communicating. And then people moved on to different things. And I'm the last kid out of the pool. Whenever there was like a birthday party, the parents had to come get me because I just wouldn't stop doing the thing. That's how it's been for everything. Even comics. I think I wasn't into comics as much as my friends were, and I just wanted to hang out with my friends, so I started
Yeah.
drawing them, and I just didn't get out of the pool. I just kept going. Once I figured like I'm like already sitting down, I'm drawing the cartoons. I'm like, well, might as well go all the way.
Mhm.
So that's how it started. But
That's
what are my
great.
favorite art tools? I like pencil and paper.
Mm, okay, nothing fancy, right?
Nothing fancy, just pencil, paper, eraser. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Our second question is, and you haven't seen these, so you have no idea what I'm going to
Okay.
ask you. Did you do other things when you were young, like play sports?
Oh, absolutely. I am an athlete. It's one of the reasons I didn't want to draw comics. I was like really afraid of the idea of sitting at a desk. I just thought, no, I'm not going to be a desk jockey of any kind. There's no way. I
Mhm.
even considered I thought about, oh man, maybe I could be like a smoke jumper or something. I wanted
Wow.
to do something, like just be a firefighter or help the world somehow, but to be out on doing action adventure stuff. And then I saw like making of stuff for live action movies and
Mhm.
saw how much work it was where you're outside in the elements and you're shooting these crazy scenes and that's imaginary.
Mhm.
And even though that's not really what I felt comfortable producing creatively, that kind of work, I thought maybe I should go into film because at least that takes care of the adventure side as well as the creative side.
Mm.
And so sports has been a big part of my life. I was a very good baseball player as a kid. I was good at tennis. I surfed and skated, and I'd say now like I mostly mountain bike.
Mhm.
I'm a pretty high level mountain biker, and a good snowboarder as well.
Wow.
And so and now I just started wake surfing, which because I have no real waves around here,
Mhm.
so now I'm just surfing the wake of boats, and
Wow.
it is so much fun. I love it. Yeah.
That's amazing. Um, our next question is: were your parents? There's a typo there. Were your parents supportive of your decision to be an artist?
Yeah, actually, um, I'm Japanese American, so typically, well, I mean, as with most Asian American kids, I expected to be a doctor because my mom told me that's what I was going to be when I was
Mhm.
a kid.
Mhm.
I just
Mhm.
just told her, yeah, I'll be a doctor. Just make her happy, and that's all good.
Yeah.
And so I started drawing a lot when I was a kid because I thought I wasn't going to do it anymore when I was older. So I was trying to get it out of my system. But by doing that, I ended up becoming good enough that people were asking me to do it for a living. Um, but ever since my parents saw that seemed to be the direction I was going in, they were 100% behind it from the start. So they
Mm.
never really, try to take me off of the track. In fact, my mom was trying really hard to like help me, and I had to tell her to just back off
Yeah.
because it was sending me down different roads and like it wasn't the kinds of things that I was interested in. She was putting me in touch with certain teachers and people who were wanting to coach me through these things, and I wanted to do it on my own.
Mm. Mhm.
And so I had to actually, I had to lie to her and say, I quit drawing comics, mom. And she was like so distraught. I was like, I quit. Because like I had too many people asking me to draw their books or
Yeah.
work
Wow.
for them and, to be my mentor.
Mhm.
And as nice as all these people were, I wasn't interested in being somebody else's career opportunity. I wanted to stay in, control of the work that I'm going to do.
Mhm.
And in fact, this is actually one of the reasons I watch a lot of sports because I think that I think sports and art are essentially like the professionals in sports and art are essentially in the same line of business, and
Mhm.
we're all in the entertainment business.
Yeah.
So if you're an athlete, you're there to entertain. That's how the money comes in. And if
Right.
you're an artist, you're doing the same thing. So I look at athletes as models for how to manage life and career things because there's just so many more like highly focused, highly trained minds
Mhm.
operating in professional sports than in the arts, and that's because people perceive that there's more money there to be made.
Yeah. Hmm. Huh.
Mhm.
Wow. These are. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But yeah, but they were supportive. Yeah, they were my parents. Actually, I'll share a funny anecdote from about my dad.
Okay.
So like a lot of people have their dads that, like giving them pressure to do certain things in their life and
Mhm.
everything. My dad, I mean, when he grew up, he was like in motorcycle gangs in Japan. I mean, he was
Wow.
basically in and around the yakuza and stuff. And he was a tough guy. Like when I had to get into physical altercations with him when we were kids and when I was a kid. And man, it's like going. It's like wrestling with a linebacker. I mean, he's huge,
Mhm.
and he's just so strong, like a really strong guy.
Yeah.
But he always told me like to just stay out of trouble.
Hmm.
So when I asked him about grades and stuff like that, he just said, just get C, just don't get F. And I'm like, okay.
I
He's
could
like,
do that. All
and he's like, yeah,
right.
stay out of jail. I was like, okay, stay out of jail, just get straight C's. Yeah, just don't be a troublemaker. And I feel like his low expectations allowed me to take agency over my success.
Mm.
I really
Wow.
think he was a great dad. I mean, he's my
Yeah.
stepdad,
Yeah.
but he raised my brother and me really, really well.
Hmm.
And my brother and I always think back on it and go, man, all that stuff we thought like maybe he was like out of it about.
Yeah.
I think he's right. Like he was real, he was really. There's wisdom. There's wisdom there.
Hmm.
Like he might not have the big resume. He might not have the big degree. He might not sound like the most spectacularly intelligent person, but he has a lot of life experience
Yeah.
and he's rolled with a lot of punches and he's come out in a good place. And I think that all of that like made my brother and me a lot more humble, hardworking, just had better heads on our shoulders, I think. And we also didn't feel like we were going to fail him because we just already knew we were in control of our
Hmm.
destiny.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was good. So my dad Masa, good job.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Here's a different angle for you. Number 4. Kids all over the world love Amulet. What books fascinated you as a kid? What were you reading, Kazu, when you were little?
Jurassic Park. When we got that in like middle school, I think around that time, it was like it spread like wildfire.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was so jealous that the kids that were reading it in their class got to read it in their class. I didn't get to read it in my class. I went and read it, but I also read. I ended up reading all of Michael Crichton's books because I was like, oh man, this is good, and this is good, and this is good. This is so much fun. I love these. I also love Rising Sun. Nobody ever talks about that. I'm a
Oh.
Japanese American, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you would think, like somebody might be like, "Oh, you probably don't like Rising Sun." I go, "No, I loved it. That was awesome." Please, like if you're a non-Japanese writer, but you have like a real keen interest in the subject matter of the culture and stuff, and you know
Hmm.
what you're talking about, like he
Hmm.
does, go for it, man. Write that stuff, and man, it's awesome. It was awesome to read, and I really enjoyed it. So, I also read, like in the younger days when I was younger, I read, books like Shel Silverstein's books, and I was so super into the Phantom Tollbooth
Yeah.
when I first came upon that. It was a really nice. I finally I got to meet Norton Jester and talk to him for a while, and we had a lot in common. That was really
Mhm.
interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a good story too.
Did
The
you
Norton Jester.
did you read like choose your own adventure books and things like that? Were you into that?
I always disliked choose your own adventure books.
Yeah. Tell me why. That's interesting.
So, because like every single time, I'm a writer. I write stories and things like that. And even when I was a kid, I was writing stories, and I really was engaged with really good storytelling. Um, and the choose your own adventure is like it. It derailed the meaning from a book when you could
Mm.
move from one thing to another. Like there wasn't the consequence of a specific path or a set of choices that were made because you're now making the choices
Mhm.
and you may have a consequence, but it doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel like you know, I'm not. I'm just. I'm actually getting to see the result of the choice.
Hmm.
You know, I'd rather imagine it. So it's like when I don't like I didn't want Legos with instructions.
Yeah,
I just
yeah,
wanted
yeah,
just give me the bricks.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
and I think that I think a lot of kids are like that. I'm like one of those kids who just likes to have be somebody giving me something to build off of, you know, to work
Mhm.
with and build off of rather than telling me like how it's done. And so it was weird that a book that says choose your own adventure felt less like I was choosing my own adventure and I was
Mhm.
just like running through somebody's very particular maze,
Yeah.
and none of it had real like intrinsic value to it because it was just events that occurred. I don't learn anything
Right.
from a choose your own adventure book, and that's why I choose not to read choose your own adventure books.
I like what you did there. That was nice. uh, all right, here you go. Number 5. Is there anything you don't like to draw?
I'm just like anybody else. I hate drawing horses. And until the last book, even though I am a big time cyclist, I have a hard time with bicycles too. But I'm better at it now because I know how bicycles work. So I'm starting to enjoy bicycles. I still have not learned to enjoy drawing horses. They're really hard, and I'm not a fan.
I think that's funny because I was talking to some other cartoonists I think it was last week about horses, and everyone's just like horses.
I know, man, horses. They're so hard. There's some people I know, like artist Alex Neonakis, who used to work with us. Her horses are incredible. So some people
Wow.
who love horses and are around horses, I think they can draw horses all day long. I just don't have that skill.
I bet there's a horse somewhere that doesn't like drawing you, Kazu.
Yeah, I don't want. Well, there's another one. I hate drawing me.
Oh,
Actually,
you don't like doing portraits?
yes, I hate drawing self portraits. If someone asks me for one, I'm like, oh gosh, that's like they asked me to. That's one of the things I really hate. I hate to do.
All right, so we won't have you draw yourself at the end of the
No,
episode.
no one has to draw me.
All right, number 6. Does your family enjoy your books?
Oh yeah, yeah. My kids are big fans, and they're
Mhm.
like first read editors on the books too, and they read a ton.
No.
They're big time readers. I mean, they read every all day long. I mean, my son wakes up at like 6 or 7 in the morning before
Mm.
everybody and just reads.
Wow.
You know, and so you know he's always reading. I mean, we don't push that stuff on him. He just likes books.
Mhm. Oh, that's
And we have
great.
plenty around. Yeah. He loved Leon. That was one of the, you know, that was a big one. I was like, he was like, he actually came to me after he read that one. He's like, this is really good.
Oh, wow, that's
He's
really
like, I love this. This is
that's
really, really good. I'll go,
thank
yeah.
you.
Just wondering why it's not with a big publisher.
Here we go. No, that's really special. It's great to hear that. Thank you. Um, number 7. Would you want your kids to be artists? Why or why not?
I mean, I want them to have agency, so I want them to decide. If they decide to be artists, it's awesome, and they already do draw a lot. I don't
Mhm.
know where they're going to take it. Neither of them have it in their mind to be artists when they grow up.
Mhm.
My youngest, my daughter, she wants to be a paleontologist, so she wants
Wow.
to work with dinosaurs, and the older one wants to build robots. So we have to make sure that he's a good guy, and we tell him, you know, be Doctor Light, not Doctor Wiley.
That's right. If you have to pick, be Dr. Light.
Yeah, go make Mega Man, not the villains.
It's funny you said paleontologist because it just made me think about the Jurassic Park
Oh yeah,
line you just talked about. That's interesting.
yeah. I think that's interesting. I guess we just we made steam. Amy and I just made steampunk kids because
Mhm.
one wants to go into the future and one wants to go into the past.
I love it. Everybody has goggles on in your house. I love it. Okay, let's try this one. Number 8. If you were an artist, what would you be doing right now?
I think I'd probably working in the field of architect. I would have stayed in architecture,
Mhm.
but not as an architect. I'd probably be doing real estate development.
Mm.
Just I would be a developer of a kind, you know.
Mhm.
with a real focus on sustainable buildings and stuff. I really think I could have done a lot if I stayed doing that, and to try to push for better sustainable designs. If I were pushing if I were on that track right now and working in build, like still working around buildings and things like that, I would be really working on institutional architecture, like a real focus on trying to redesign schools.
Wow.
You know, and that I think is something that I want to do through my books too. So it's so I basically didn't land too far from what I probably would have been interested in. My interest right now is um, to create better, you know, early childhood and middle grade education. I think if we can get all that stuff lined up, I think we see lot less problems in all these other fields. So, you know, what drives me when I make my comics would probably drive me working in real estate and architecture. And I could have done that pretty well. So I imagine that's what I would have done.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's really exciting, and it's very selfless too. You know, it's kind of like, you know, you would want a career where you're helping other people through your hands in a way. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the things that I'm selfish about, like the things that I want for myself, can be attained fairly easily. I don't really, you know, just enough money to like live a decent and comfortable life, and my kids are having a good time and are happy and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't want, you know, I'm not into I definitely didn't go into comics for both money and fame. I would have been a foolish kid if that was the case. And so I'm just like anybody else. I was doing it, you know, back when it wasn't cool, right? So I mean, I just liked it. It's
Yeah.
a thing that I thought that had some value. I didn't understand it at the time, how valuable it could be. But you know, even as like I just talked about architecture and development of real estate and various like commercial and residential real estate. And if you think about it, so much of like modern um, um, like design, like architectural design and stuff for the entertainment world comes from Disney. Walt Disney was a cartoonist as well, you know, and so he developed all of that stuff. Like, I mean, so much of people's like minds are like probably molded by Disney.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Hmm.
And what was he but a cartoonist, you
Yeah.
know? So you know, it's interesting. In fact, you know, here's an interesting tie-in to comics, is that Bob Iger, who has probably been the most successful CEO, he has been the most successful CEO that Disney has ever had, right? Bob Iger's uncle, I believe it's his uncle, worked with Will Eisner back
Wow.
in the day.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Eisner and Iger that was the Iger. Iger was Bob Iger's uncle.
Wow. I never connected that. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? So, you know, it's kind of stayed in the family, all that stuff, but it's all kind of built around cartoonists.
Oh,
You know,
wow.
they start the ball rolling, and it becomes a big ball. And
Mhm.
if the early ball roller had a good plan, then the big ball, you know, rolls smoothly. You know,
Yeah.
and that's, you know, that's like if you look at Miyazaki, it's the same thing, except I think he's worked for years to shun the responsibility of becoming like a Tezuka, like a Disney.
Yeah.
You know, he wanted to keep it small. You know,
Mhm.
he's afraid of it becoming Disney.
Right. Right. Right.
Of what he does. Yeah.
Well, we could do a
We can
whole
talk.
other episode about Miyazaki. No, that's amazing.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Number 9. What would you tell a parent who didn't want their kid to become an artist?
Well, first off, they can come listen to one of my talks. They'd probably change their mind real fast. They'd be like,
Mhm.
"Oh my goodness, he just said Disney. Disney's everywhere."
Right.
That means my son is going to make a lot of money, which is a terrible thing. It's just a terrible way to get into it. By the way,
Yeah,
should not
yeah.
have that. It should not have that expectation. But yeah, it's important. We need artists. Actually, we need artists. We need more artists than possibly ever, because
Mhm.
there's so much happening in terms of quick lines of communication. Like we have so much fast talking, fast flashing information coming all over the place, and all of that has to be designed, and it is
Yeah.
being designed by people, and they're often being designed by artists that are very skilled and very fast at what they do. So you need really good artists who are really fast at what they do, but also have good heads on their shoulders, so they're not allowing the tools that they have at their disposal to be used for nefarious means.
Mhm.
It happens, and it's not because of people who are being evil or something like that. It's just human nature. People just
Yeah.
want to make money. They want the quick buck. They unintentionally hurt people because they didn't think things through. But if you have people who think things through and are creating things with their hands and their minds, and you have the creatives on board, being your good guys essentially.
Yeah.
It can combat a lot of the communications errors that we see all over the world. I think a lot of the problems that we have right now are due to a lack of good communication.
Mhm.
I think it's almost in every case. I could probably dial it down to this is bad communication. That's what's happening.
Mm.
People aren't talking to each other
Yeah.
directly.
And just to add on to this one, have you had a lot of parents and guardians ask you questions like this? Say, I'm sure you've been in a place where a parent has their kid who wants to show you their work, right? Show Mr. Kazu your drawings, and then in my head, I'm thinking the next question is, can you make money doing this? Should I tell him to stop? He really likes drawing. Is it okay? Like they're maybe asking for your recommendation or permission as a parent. What?
That's true.
How do you?
They want my blessing, I suppose. And
Yeah, yeah,
you know, I don't know. I imagine that even all these kids, these parents who talk about the money stuff, I think they don't. It's not. They're not after the money so much as some kind of a life security thing. Like they
yeah,
want the kids to be okay.
yeah,
Even if
yeah,
they, that they're not destitute, that they're not, getting themselves into some kind of trouble. I think they don't want to see that. If they see, then they see me and me talking, and I sound like a doctor because I probably would have been. Otherwise, they're like, wow, like you can be like a doctor of comics and things like that, like Dr. Tezuka, right?
yeah, yeah,
But I'm also really hesitant to well, first off, I love that when parents like that come to me, I get really happy,
yeah,
because it means they're taking their kids' vocation very seriously, and the thing that I want to see more of is making sure that those kids take their vocation seriously.
hmm,
That they're not that they know the responsibility that they have in front of them, that they don't offload it onto a school or like a corporation that will hire them.
hmm,
That artists need to stay as independent as they can manage to be. Sometimes you have to work with bigger companies and things
yeah,
like that, but at the same time it's really important that they maintain their creative control for the sake of the corporations that they work for the
mhm,
sake of just people in general. I think artists need to stay independent, and that's a really hard thing to stay a whole to keep when you're young. Like you end up deferring, and
yeah,
so with the parents become the first groups that that unintentionally start taking the agency away from their kids, and in
hmm,
order to just hedge against the kids failing, because they don't know anything about the arts because maybe they're not artists.
right,
So what they'll say is, well, I don't know anything about the arts, but I want to make sure that you make money, so let's have you go to an art school where you pay $60,000 a year to go to it.
yeah,
But what if they can't afford that $60,000 a year, and now that kid's sitting, back with a tremendous amount of debt coming out of school? So he or she was probably not the best candidate to go to an art school. you
hmm,
know and I don't and the parents didn't know any better, kids didn't know any better, they both ended up guiding themselves into a problem,
hmm,
right? So so I'm always really really honest about that type of thing. Like, if to step it back, make sure that the kids do have they have if they say, mom, dad, I have to go to this art school, because they've already done the research and said, this is the school I need to go to, this is what
hmm,
I really want to do,
hmm,
that's something to consider. you
Yeah.
know, because that's they're gonna even if it's a mistake, at least they've made the choice, so they know they can feel it. They can feel
Right.
the mistake. So they can learn from it. But
Right.
if you send them there, then they're gonna blame you for that mistake if it becomes a mistake.
That's
You know what I
it's
mean?
spoken like a father.
Yeah, I'm a dad, you know, but I
Mhm.
mean, my kids aren't in college yet, but
Right.
I want to make sure that they know that they're in control of their lives. You know, like it's like
Mhm.
what we do with just like our cups and dishes. Like we're like, you take that to the sink, you know, and
Mhm.
this is we make sure that they can get to their cups and dishes and things like that. And like you get your cups, you get your water, you get your stuff. You know, we're not harsh. We're really soft on our
Yeah.
kids, you know, relative to what I had to deal with.
Right. I
Yeah,
bet.
but at the same time, you want to make sure that they never lose their agency.
Mhm. Well, that was a great answer. All right, last one, and you're off the hook. Number 10, drawing is a lot of work, Hezu. What do you like to do to relax? And you gave us a little snippet of that at the very beginning. What do you like to do when you're not in the middle of a project?
Well, the number one is spending time with my wife Amy. That's number one, and
Mhm.
number two, that's like right there at number one, pretty much, is being with the kids. I mean,
Mhm.
number one, that's just being with my family is number one. I don't care what we do, go to the
Yeah.
pumpkin patch, just just hang out. So that fills up almost all that space. Now there's no, I have to like also take care of my mental health. So I do sports mostly. You know, a lot of people might go, hey, you know, why are you spending all that time mountain biking? Well, that helps me with my work. Like
Mhm.
when I go climb, you know, when I climb like 3,500 feet and then like come flying down it on a mountain bike, you know, that 3,000-foot climb feels like making a book.
Mhm.
You know, like for example, that's part of the process of this. It just gets my brain wired to like make my
Mhm.
books. So I get on my bike and I start to climb, right? And this is going to be like Tiger Mountain in Issaquah, Washington. It's like legendary for like it's a burly climb, amazing downhill. But you always hit a wall the first, probably the first, you know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. After 15 minutes, you hit this wall and you're like, oh my goodness, knowing that I have to do this for another hour or something up the mountain, um, I don't know if I can handle it. You can
Yeah.
feel it in your gut, but that's because your body's in a bit of shock because
Mhm.
you're not doing that every day, and all of a
Right.
sudden your body's like, whoa, hey, whoa,
Wait a second.
what are you doing? And we're like, we're gonna do this for the next hour and a half, 2 hours. We're gonna climb a mountain for 2 hours, and
Mhm.
your body's like, no way. Uh, and uh, and the thing is, your body gets used to it. You
Mhm.
have to just like work past it, and eventually it gets used to it. And it's the same with making a graphic novel, because when you know, like for me, the second half of the climb, I don't even think about it. It's like it becomes unconscious. I'm just
Right.
doing it, you know.
Right.
Whereas like with graphic novels, it's similar. That first half is so hard. You can never judge yourself based on the speed it takes to make the first half of your book.
Mhm.
You got to judge it by the whole thing. That means you got to complete it. So if you don't complete a graphic novel, then you don't know what it's like to make one,
Mhm.
because you're going to have the wrong idea. That first half is harder because you are creating the problem.
Right.
The second half, you're answering the problem. It's much easier to answer questions that are there than to devise questions that you will answer later. Much
Mm.
harder. So you know, remember that there's an uphill climb. And what do I do to do that? I go mountain biking. It reminds me
Mm.
every time, kicks my butt.
Wow.
That first half, I'm like, oh, here it is again. Okay, this is just like the writing process. Just get through it and then just keep going. And then when I get back home and like I feel great for one, mentally I'm great. I'm doing well.
Mhm.
I sit down and I start working and I'm like, just like it's like nothing. Come on, just do it. Just get over it. Just put some boxes in there, fill those boxes. Let's go.
I love it. Wow. Well, thank you so much, Kazu. I thought we'd have some time to draw, but we're out of time.
We're out of time.
We're out of
Well,
time.
you don't know nobody needs to see me draw right here. Everyone, you should be drawing. Go draw something. Draw anything.
That's right, you guys. Get the drawing. Kazu, this has been great. Thank you so much, and thanks for answering these 10 questions. I hope you like my questions.
I did. I do. I like them. It was good. Thanks, Tamar, and congratulations on Leon and I'm really just I'm excited to see what's in store.
Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. And thank everybody for hanging out with us for 30 minutes. There's more programming to come, so hang out and see what happens next at the Kids Love Comics area of the Baltimore Comic Con online. Thanks a lot. We'll see you in a little bit.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, that was awesome. I think we had a really good time there with Jamar and Kazu Kibuishi. And if you search for them online, you can find their books as well as some more tutorials, more drawings, more interviews. Jamar also hosts the Pencil to Pencil podcast with Mike Manley. That's more for traditional comics creators and as well as new ones. So I think that's something that you should all check out. I'm going to now share a picture. There we go. Our next presenter is Masako Rocks. She is a manga artist. She's been done a whole bunch of fantastic manga books, including some in Japan. One that was on the bestseller list on Amazon in Japan and was about teaching people English. And she's a super nice person. She was at Kids Love Comics last year for the very first time. And we're really happy to have her here for the virtual Kids Love Comics. Her new book is called Bounce Back by Masako Rocks. And I'm going to just turn off the screen for a second so we can share her video, which I am sure I can find in just a second here. And I hope you all enjoy it. Anybody who enjoys manga, or tell your friends. And then we'd love for you to share your manga drawings online. Let's see. I am looking for Masako Rocks. Where are you? How to draw. And she's going to show us how to draw a chibi witch. Oh, hold on. Sorry. We're going to start with a different one. How to draw chibi facial expressions. And then we'll be followed up by how to draw a chibi witch, fitting in with our Halloween ways. Okay. And get ready. Here we go. Oh. Can you hear? Okay. Hey, everybody. I'm sorry about that. I've once again made a technical error here. Let me stop sharing that screen and share it again. This time, we're going to make sure I share the audio for you. And if I can just find which one we're drawing. How to draw and share audio. Okay, great. Enjoy Kids Love Comics. After Masako Rocks, we have a how to draw with our good buddy J. Robert Deans from Shakes the Cow and the Bear from Ant. So stay tuned, enjoy some manga drawing, and please share your images.
Hey guys, welcome to Misako Rock. Hey guys. Hey guys, welcome to Misako Rocks channel. Woo. Today I like to show you how to draw two expressions. Super duper kawaii chibi characters. Happy face and sad face. These are like completely opposite reactions, right? So it's really important for you to know if you're into chibi style. And so like this time I was more inspired, let's say, by Gacha Life. You know, most of my students love Gacha Life, so I got to know them more better. So I'm going to show you this step by step. It's going to be easy, so let's go. Okay, so the first I'm going to draw a circle and side cross lines, and the side lines can you draw a little lower because we need big space for her eyes. All right, so now we're going to start drawing eyebrows. Chibi girl's eyebrows, it's not that important, but I kind of like giving a little tiny eyes. maybe kind of sort of going down, looks down a little, right? And then we're gonna start drawing her nice big eyes, but she's laughing, so we don't need to draw her actual eye. Just a little nice touch right in the end. Go like that. Almost like drawing a rainbow shape, right? Like this. And then don't worry about mouth right now. We're just gonna draw her face line. I mean, it's pretty much reusing this line. But here we go. From here, left, right. And then let's give a little tiny cheeks. This side too, same way, cheeks sticking up just a little bit. Okay, something like this. Then we're gonna draw her cute mouth. And the teeth, maybe fang. But if only one side, that's kind of cute too. Or both. Okay, so it's up to you. I like keeping just one side. Kind of cute. Okay, and I would like giving a little big eye, little big eyes, doesn't make any sense. But big eyes, no. Okay, and then I like giving big ears like this, or no ears. Guess we can just give her nice kawaii oof or cat ears for this girl. Right, then we're gonna draw her hair. So let's start drawing here, maybe like this triangle, kind of soft triangle. And here, sort of like not covering all the way, maybe this side covering her eyebrows. So 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe, right? And then if you want to add a layer, draw one lines on the top, other lines on the bottom, okay? Then I'm giving more hair on the top. Okay, and maybe nice, cute short hair for her. And maybe like this side, I'm not gonna cover her face line a little bit with her hair. And this side. Okay, short hair. So this kind of line, okay, not all the way straight. Sort of like you want to give a nice curve, right? And maybe draw hair next to her face line. Something like this. Then we're going to start erasing some baseline video first. So maybe coming out one side, coming out from here, one side coming out from this side. When cat is so happy, ear goes up, standing straight. Let's do this side too. Ooh, we need to erase this logo. This side too. Right, and then we're gonna erase some hairlines because ears covering it too. And I like a little, like I think a little stripes. This side too. Like that. And then maybe cute little whisker. Why not? This side too. And then let's give a nice cute rosy cheeks. Like this. Good job, guys. So her eyebrows goes down because she's really crying. Little wrinkles. Down, a little bit of wrinkles. Now we're gonna draw her eyelid. Really big eyelid. And eyelashes, like one eyelashes there. And then big eye. Okay, this side too. I mean, we don't want to draw her eyes too close to each other. You want to have a little nice distance, okay? Like that. Okay, so now we're gonna draw her face line from here, left to right. If you want to, you can add little cheeks, both sides. Connect the line, not that much chin. Maybe let's give a nice reflection on the top. Since she's crying, you wanna show her, eyes are really reflected or something. So more circle, right? And a black circle in the middle, black circle in the middle. And then let's give a nice line. Other side. Okay, then we're gonna draw her. Okay, tear around this edge. Go like this, same thing. Like that. And maybe we can just draw a teardrop coming down on a cheek. So maybe we can draw something like this, right? Just simple. You want to keep it kind of simple because she got such a big eyes. So you don't want to take over her face with mouth and tears, everything, right? So I just make it really minimal. Then you're gonna start drawing her hair. Okay, big triangle, side, a little bit more side, this side too, this side. And the same thing, I'm going to draw a nice round head shape. Maybe this side going. Hair comes down. They're looking maybe side, some of them, and looking down. Let's do other side. Same thing. Some of them maybe like covering a face a little. Or like that. Then we're gonna start erasing those baseline, okay? Instead of ears going up, going down, it's kind of cuter. Right? So like triangle looking just aside. This side too. And I cover a little bit of hair here. And draw inside of line here. Inside line here. And we're gonna erase this line. Now let's give a little stripes. Okay, so now since she's crying, we want to give a little rosy cheeks. Go like this, right? And don't forget the whisker, maybe going down a little. Here you go. You drew super kawaii sad chibi face. Did you guys enjoy drawing two different expressions today? Super kawaii happy chibi face and super kawaii sad chibi face. Now you know how to do. So maybe you can create more different expressions, all right? And don't forget taking a photo of those drawing and send it to me through hashtag Misako Rocks, okay, on Instagram. All right, don't forget that. And if you have any questions or requests, please leave your comments right here. And follow my Instagram and Twitter and subscribe my newsletter right here.
Okay, thanks, Misako Rocks. We're going to add one more video, this time adding in a spooky witch that's done in chibi form by Misako Rocks once again. So I'm going to click on our share screen, see if I can track this one down. Chibi witch. I think this one's going to be a little bit, share audio. Won't make that mistake again. Hope everybody's having a good time.
Hey guys! Welcome to Misako Rocks channel. Oh my god, look at this. I'm wearing my favorite Halloween costume panda. Because today we're gonna draw super kawaii chibi Halloween costume. It's gonna be a witch. Alright? Super easy, really colorful and fun, and I'm gonna show you how to draw those pumpkins too. Okay, so let's draw this stuff. Woohoo! Ready? Let's go. The face, body, arm. Super easy, really colorful and fun, and I'm gonna show you how to draw those pumpkins too. Okay, so let's draw this stuff. Woohoo! Ready? Let's go. The face, body, arms, and legs. Those 3 circles I'm going to draw. And then cross line. Okay, and imagine she's wearing a rich hat. So like a triangle shape. Okay, and another skinny triangle. And I want to add some sort of like long line here. Connect a line, connect a line. Remember chibi eyes? What we did it before? Really nice, big eyes, right? Round circle. And maybe like, let's give her like a really thick, kawaii eyelid. Kind of cat. Cat eyes. A nice round eye underneath. And let's give a wink. If you don't want to wink, draw same eyes next to this eye, okay? And it's a chibi character, no nose. Forget the nose. And a cute, kawaii lips, okay? Now we're gonna draw her face line. Remember that? It's a chibi character, so no chin, left, right. That's gonna be her, the face. Okay, that's gonna be her face line. So we're gonna give it just a round cheek sticking up, this side too. Connect a line. Do you see it? Left, right, and connect a line. All right. And then ear and ear. All right, so then now I'm going to start drawing actual hat line. Okay, from the top. So I'm going to twist the line and then maybe adding a little more like wrinkle line too. Right? And then here. Here. Maybe the edge goes a little up. It's kind of cute. And then we're going to start adding a hair. Oh, this side, see the hat is covering her eyes, so you can erase this line. Let's erase the eye a little bit too. And also head proportion, we don't need this part. Just like this. Then she's gonna have a cute pigtails. We're gonna make a really easy one, so I'm just gonna give her 3 circles. Like this. This side too. 3 circles. 1, 2, 3. And triangle. Right? And then, oh yeah, let's draw inside her eyes. So I'm going to give a maybe moon shape this time. On the bottom, right? And then black circle in the middle. Then you can start adding a shade from the top. So press hard on the top and then getting really light. Just like that. Okay, and then cute brush, blushed, right? And if you want, you can give it teeth and tongue. If you don't want to draw these detailed lines, you can just erase and keep it just simple, okay? Here you go. This is a face. So now let's move to her body. All right, so chibi body, almost no neck, right? So I'm just going to give a tiny little neck. You barely see it. Look at that. Those 2 lines, that's going to be her neck. And then let's give her cape. First, from, her cheek line, I want to draw sort of like this kind of line. Triangle. This side too. Triangle. Okay. And then from neck, connect a line. Connect a line. All right. Do you see that? And then you're going to start giving, let's just give a little cute color. Right. And then another line here. And she's wearing a bow. Like this. Right. And then, so this is going to be her body. Again, you're not going to show her body that much because she's wearing a cape. Go like this. Inside line, outside line. Connect the line. Again, same thing. Inside line, outside line, connect the line, right? And then here, her arms, you don't need to show her arms. So let's erase this line. All right, get in there. And then let's give a cute, you know, like a top and maybe a skirt. And what should we say here? Ooh, it's like Halloween mode. So let's say, boo. What do you think? Right? Well, you can draw pumpkins. It's up to you, okay? Just decorate, right? I want to give her some sort of a like kawaii graphics or a letter, okay? And then you're gonna give her short leg and her feet sticking up just a little bit like this, and this side too. Like that. Okay. So now I'm going to erase this line. Okay, so what's the kawaii socks? What is it? Yeah, stripes. Let's give her stripes. And the short boots. Stripes. Short boots. So I'm going to give her black stripes. Okay, ooh, maybe a little bit more this side. Just like this. And if you want to decorate a little bit more, let's give her maybe ribbons on the top. Just hear me out, okay? So what if she's wearing kind of big bow on the top? I mean, that's good, right? Not just a simple hat. I don't know, she's a kawaii witch girl, so I want to give a nice big bow like this, okay? And then it's Halloween, so let's give a pumpkin. Pumpkin, pumpkin, okay? And do you know how to draw it? It's pretty easy. So I want to draw like this circle, kind of squeezed circle, right? Almost marshmallow. And then let's go like this. 1, 2, 3. The last one gets a little skinnier. 1, 2, 3. And a circle, circle. And again, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. And then let's give her, maybe it's a boy, Halloween eyes, pumpkin eyes. And the mouth, okay, it's a little creepy. And I'm going to give it 1 tooth, maybe on the top too. He got the 3 teeth. Okay, and then you can connect the line. Okay, it's like a little creepy pumpkin, but that's okay. Maybe this one's cute. Okay, this one's kind of creepy. This one's more like kawaii pumpkin. So I'm going to do, I'm going to make up this pumpkin a little tall. So instead of a squeeze circle, more like egg shape, okay? Then I'm gonna give this pumpkin manga eyes. Maybe looking at the side and the cute eyelashes. And the body like Pikachu lips. And a fang coming out. Fangs. Then I'm gonna give it this one line on the top, second, and a third. And the connector line, go underneath, go down there, and the same thing. 1, 2, 3, right? And here we go. Stem and line. And then we're gonna erase this line. Good, see? Kawaii one and a classic pumpkin and super kawaii chibi witch. Good job, guys. Okay, guys, so how was it? Did you enjoy it? I hope so. You know, drawing the cape characters, anyway, it's super useful. You can use the cape for any other characters too, like Elf, Princess, Elsa, right, for the Frozen. And what else? Oh yeah, vampires. Just like that. So it's very useful. So just enjoy it, okay? And don't forget taking the photos of your drawing and hashtag me, hashtag Misako Rocks through Instagram. and because I like to see it. And please follow my Instagram, ta-da, right here, and Twitter, and my awesome website, new ones, misakurocks.com, right here. And you can subscribe my newsletters.
Hey, thank you, Misako Rocks. That was awesome. I think we're just a minute away from our good friend J. Robert Deans being on.
Hi, everyone.
And here we go.
Of comics, how to draw everyday animals as silly cartoon characters on Baltimore Comic-Con Live. I'm J. Robert Deans, children's book writer and artist, and the creator of Shakes the Cow, the Stanley the Bear from Ant, and a range of other series which you see on the screen. Now, I'm generally known for drawing cows and penguins, koalas, and panda bears, as well as a whole bunch of other animals that you see on the screen, but I don't draw them like this. I normally draw them as caricatures. A caricature is when you take a drawing, or actually a picture of someone or something that is real, like this cow, and exaggerate certain elements of its features and make it more comical. For example, if you had an uncle with a really big nose, you would draw a picture of your uncle and really make that nose huge. That's a caricature. It's a picture of somebody where certain features are just made really ridiculous. And when I made Shakes the Cow, what I was doing was making a caricature of a cow, so that the pictures of Shakes in the children's books and the picture books I do of Shakes would be funny, or hopefully funny. So what I've done for Shakes, when I created Shakes, for the design, you have, well, a picture of a real cow, and you'll notice that the head shape is sort of, there's a hexagon, and then a slightly larger nose and mouth at the end of the head. So I took that slightly larger mouth and really made it big, so for that big pink snout. And then instead of keeping with the hexagonal shape of the rest of the head, I just made it sort of almost a sausage shape. And I did leave the ears sort of normal, without the black coloring, of course, and gave her centered eyes, more in keeping with cartoons like Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse and things like that. And when I designed the body, I exaggerated some things, simplified some others, because when you're doing a caricature, you're not only exaggerating certain things that stand out, like, for example, the nose on the cow, but you're simplifying other aspects of that thing that you're drawing, which add to the exaggeration of what the other aspects are. For example, if your uncle had a big nose but really tiny ears, not only would you exaggerate the nose, you might even oversimplify the ears to really highlight the exaggeration of the nose. And so what I did for Shakes, now Shakes only stands like a real cow in one picture in the first book she appears in, Moo Thousand and Pun. The rest of the time, she stands on two legs like humans. But I left her hind legs, if you will, shaped like normal cow legs. They have that really large tapered thigh leading down into the hoof. But her arms, if you will, the forearms, are more like other cartoon animals. They're slim cylinders, or they're, like human arms. There's, again, that design of the head, which is slim but with the really large snout, onto a sleek, almost, well, I guess her body really kind of looks like a squeeze bottle, like for ketchup or something. It's because of the snout. It looks like the collar of a bottle, and it's very slim figure. Now you'll notice that the hooves I've designed are longer and slightly slender, because Shakes doesn't have hands. Being a cow, she's going to have hooves, and I made it so that those hooves look a little bit like fists, but I never draw anything to show that she could have fingers. She's always got hooves. There's never any sort of finger element like in some cartoons. But I also never change what she might be using to give her the appearance of adaptability of those objects. Like when she drives a car, the steering wheel isn't adapted to hooves, it's just a normal steering wheel. So here we have the side of Shakes's body, and it highlights the fact that I've changed her arms to be more like normal cartoon character or human arms. The shoulders are slender, and the arms are pretty much straightforward, just cylinders. But I don't overemphasize the side of the snout. It's still pretty big. And when you see it on the toys that we sell, it's pretty big. But from the side, it doesn't look too bad. But you can see how different it looks from the way a real cow's face would look, or a real cow's head would look. The ears are normal, but the snout is not. And you've got that hexagonal shape. But if you look at the side of a real cow's face and head, they don't look anything similar to each other at all. And that's where some of the exaggeration would come in. Now, if you wanted to create your own exaggeration or caricature of a cow, you could totally take it a different way, where you could keep that large snout appearance, but maybe draw it in a totally different way, where you bring in the sides of the head as opposed to pushing them out like in a normal cow. Do it something like this. The tongue sticking out is just for goofy effect. But see, you've got that large nose. The sides of the head are brought in, but it's clearly a cow. And that's caricature. Once you have your caricature figured out, your design figured out, you can bring it to life through motion in your cartoon. And in real life, such as in this quick image of someone walking, it's pretty standard. And in comics, you want to give it even more life. You want to make it a little over the top. This comics character that's walking is leaning forward a little bit. The leg is slightly bent. The arms are out. It looks a little more dynamic. Here's this character running, and it looks like we all do when we're running. But in comics, running characters always look like they're about to jump out of the page running after you. That kind of dynamism is what separates comics from just normal life. And while action in real life is intense, you have to make it even more so in comics to really have it jump off the page. You have to exaggerate it. And that exaggeration is what helps sell your story. Now, up top, I've quickly drawn what a cow might look like walking normally. Well, Shakes walks on 2 legs. So that is enough of an exaggeration that I don't feel the need to give it anything else. I don't need to push the envelope or make it sort of even more goofy or exaggerated than it is. But when I draw Shakes running, that's when I really go nuts. And that's where it's a lot of fun to have animals be really goofy when they run. Because if they're walking on 2 legs, they're going to look even sillier when they're running. And here you can see Shakes looks really silly when she runs because her legs really pump. They get really high in the air. The tail starts flying. In fact, her hooves almost touch in the back there. Her eyes get really wide. She's hauling, and she's just going. That is definitely over the top. And not just because it's a cow running on 2 legs. And it looks silly. And that's something you should always keep in mind when you're drawing your comics and your characters. Don't be afraid to have your stuff look kind of silly. Because that's sometimes the best stuff that's out there to read. The goofier the stuff looks, the sillier it is, and the more fun your audience is going to have with your artwork. At least that's how I always do. So let's try this again with a different perspective, and that is with Shake's eyes. Now, I'm sure you've noticed that Shakes doesn't have a mouth. Well, she has a mouth, but I don't draw it. Now, here's Shakes slightly from the side, and sometimes from this angle, I do draw a little bit of a mouth. But I'm only drawing this for effect, because normally I do most of, if not all of, Shake's acting with her eyes. And that's something you can also do to really sell your character, sell the emotion of what your story is doing with your character. Notice the different size of the eyes. They really get big. Shakes is surprised. Not sure what she's surprised about, but even then the mouth isn't really necessary. And here in the side view, big eyes. Don't need the mouth to know that she is, again, surprised. By what? We don't know. But clearly something's up. And using the eyes to sell this sense of emotion, you can do it one of two ways. You can have really big eyes to show that Shakes is angry, or any character, your character, that the character is angry, intense, or possibly even afraid of something or worried about something. It's all about how you draw the eyes or the eyebrows. Now, I can do this also with Shakes's normal eyes, the little small eyes on the far left there in the first head. Interested or confused, angry, or just there. Those are the regular eyes, and the bigger eyes are the exaggerations. But they all can show the same emotion. But the more exaggerated you make it, the more over the top you make it, the bigger you're selling the emotion, the bigger you're selling your story. And again, with no mouth, at least on my character, at least with Shakes, with no visible mouth, all of that acting has to take place with her eyes and sometimes her body language. And so you always want to practice drawing those eyes, drawing arms and how you place the arms and legs. Sometimes I will draw a mouth, but you'll notice I don't draw it over the top. Because again, it's a cow talking. That's a weird enough situation in and of itself. And when I do draw the mouth, Shakes is either yawning or laughing really loud. So that's when you get to see something like this. Big old cow mouth. And then every so often, I will draw Shakes smiling, because that's always fun to draw a character smiling, because they're happy. And a happy character is a fun character to draw. And the more you can draw a fun character like that, that's always cool. At least I think so. Here we have a quick sketch of Shakes's best friend. Do you know what Shakes's best friend is? Well, here's a drawing of what Shakes's best friend would look like in the real world. Does this help? How about now? That's a penguin, if you haven't figured it out already. And for those of you who have, well done. Let's try it again with a different animal. And maybe a different version of that same animal. If you said snake, very good. It's a specific kind of snake. It's a cobra with the funny markings on the back of its hood. And one more thing we'll try, which is we will just doodle something that you might see on the looking outside of your window. Okay, this one's probably obvious. Now, this little exercise is to, pardon the pun, illustrate a point. That's a tree that you see outside of your window pretty much every day, right? That's also a tree. It's not as elaborate, but it's a tree. That penguin, that snake, and that tree, whichever one you're looking at, they're all perfectly good pictures of a penguin, a snake, and a tree. And that brings up my point. So I don't just have one point to this video, but really 4 things for you to remember. In fact, number 1 is don't worry about being exact. Mistakes are going to happen. I make mistakes all the time. Let them happen and learn from them. Just remember to always do the best you can, and your art will get better with practice. In fact, that's a good life lesson in general. Number 2, make your art and your story as silly as you want. The sillier the story, the more enjoyable it'll be for you to create. Because really, you're making the story for yourself, and you are your most demanding reader. Number 3, you're telling a story. You're not trying to impress an art critic. Don't worry about trying to draw the most perfect animal or thing. Just draw well enough to get your story across. Everything else will fall into place, I promise. Okay? And the 4th thing, have fun with your art. This is the most important takeaway, because the more fun you have drawing and creating, the more you will want to draw, and the better you'll get, and the more people will want to read your stories. In fact, we at Kids Love Comics love seeing fan art and any art in general, so be sure to send it to us. We'd love to see it. Thank you so much for watching this Kids Love Comics How to Draw presentation. I'm J. Robert Deans. You can find me at jrobertdeans.com. There are links to all my stuff there. And please stay tuned all weekend for other great Kids Love Comics creators, and we hope you've enjoyed this presentation once more. And please stay safe. Thanks again. Take care. Bye.
All right, that was very cool. Thanks so much to J. Robert Deans for a really fun inside look on how to draw. And now we want to join in with us, the man of the hour, or the man of the meower, Wolverine. Go ahead.
What's going on, bub? Hold on, I got this ready. What? Don't mess with me, bub.
There you go.
Okay, you know what? This is silly. I'm gonna take off my mask. I'm looking at this silly comic book jacket. I'm gonna put on something better. There. Is that more appropriate?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Looking good.
Yeah, well, we've you know, I can't pay the royalties for like the Monster Mash, or I'd have that playing, but we are going to have the Max Meowloween Halloween comics party. And just to share with everybody, I'm John Gallagher. As if you don't know, I have a new book out called Max Meow Cat Crusader. And that's the story of a podcasting cat, Max, who with his friend Mindy, who's a super scientist, they hang out together to protect the town of Kittyopolis. And I'm just going to start, since we're a few minutes early, I'm going to just draw Max. And anybody who wants to grab a pencil and a paper, you can do that. And then we're going to get into the Halloween portion in just a couple minutes. But I'm going to show you something called the salt shaker method. This is how you can create really fun cartoony characters. And like J. Robert Deans has a style, Masako Rocks has a style. It's been really fun to see all the different ways that people draw their characters. So I'm going to start off with the simple oval shape and this sort of lumpy squashed rectangle shape. And that is a salt shaker. Now, if you want to draw comics or anything, you just need to practice drawing the versions of these three shapes. The first shape is a circle. The next shape is a square. What do you think the third shape is?
Triangle.
That's right. Triangle. Exact. Very good, Mr. Mariano. That's pretty good. So these three shapes, and then as you practice, you'll get better at this. Maybe you turn this into more of an oval, or a ball. Maybe this becomes a cube. And maybe this triangle becomes a pyramid or an upside down or an ice cream cone, I guess, a very square ice cream cone. So we're going to use some of these shapes and variations on it, also just drawing straight and curved lines. That can be really important too. So I know my buddies Mark and Chris Mariano are here as well, and you guys are welcome to join in if you want, or you can just be watching with me, just as long as it's focused on my art here. Let's see. Oh, that's good. That's good. Can you make me really big and you guys tiny? Because that'll make me feel superior. What?
I can figure this out. Boom.
How did you do that? That's awesome. Okay. So if you guys have any questions while I'm drawing this, and then if you see any comments from anybody, let me know.
Just gonna say, let's ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching at home, we are live right now. John's gonna be drawing some Max Meow art. He's teaching a little bit how we all draw based on shapes. So if you have any questions, please just comment away. I'll feed them out to John, and we'll see. We'll get you involved, and you'll be able to ask questions with the artists here today at Kids Love Comics. Go ahead, John.
Right. And if you're wondering, do I dress like this around the house? Yes, I do.
Yes,
So,
yes, he does.
So, look, this is why I call my salt shaker method. And it's not because I draw with a salt shaker, although I did have someone say it looked like I drew with a chocolate bar one time. I am going to draw. I'm taking this oval shape. I'm taking this lumpy shape. And you can create a lot of different characters with this. You could turn this into Garfield. You could do a version of Mickey Mouse. But I'm going to make Max Meow. And the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to add 2 triangles on the sides here. We've got our 2 triangles on the sides. And then I'm going to so you notice I used blue crayon there. You might use lighter pencil. Don't push down too hard and use blue pen. I'm using blue crayon, but you're using a lighter pencil. And then I go in with a marker to ink it. And that's starting to look like the shape of Max Meow. And then it's as simple as just drawing a line across the middle of that oval. And I'm not trying to draw the lines perfectly. Then an upside down triangle. And then now I'm going to take that oval or that round shape and sort of squeeze it, but make it kind of small. See, it could just be a line, but I like to make it a little more round. And fill it in maybe a little bit. If you ever look at Calvin and Hobbes, that's kind of how the eyes are. I always loved how Bill Watterson did that. And Max has a C on his head for Cat Crusader because he is a hero of the city. And then for the mouth, I'm going to go back to my pencils. I draw like a half circle, except I like to give him 1 tooth because he's got to have at least 1 tooth if he's a cat. I think he has more teeth, but I just draw that 1 tooth. And then I kind of fill that in.
John, it really is amazing how you're just using simple shapes, but you're creating an amazing character right in front of us. I think that's what's amazing about art.
Oh, yeah, I agree. And, you look at some artists, they broke everything down to simple shapes, like Charles Schultz with Peanuts and all sorts of different things. If you really look at it, you can see it's broken down. And then just, 2 lines on the sides for the whiskers. And now for the cape, this is probably the most complex thing about Max Meow, but if you think about it in shapes, it's easy. I'm going to just draw a little circle because Max wears a cape, but it's kind of like if you took a bath towel and wrapped it up, if you ever did that at the pool when you were a kid. And then I add this kind of like leaf shape. And now it's the fun part of the cape. That's where I do a swoop. And you just sort of do this line, swoop.
Whoa.
Swooping it well.
Okay, everybody, let's do it on three. 1, 2,
Baby
3.
swoop, baby swoop.
Swoop.
You gotta swoop, baby.
Yeah, you got to swoop. So now we're going to work on this part of Max's body, and this is going to be part of his T-shirt. Now think about a square or rectangle. We're just going to do 3 lines from a rectangle for his arm, for his shirt arm, and 3 lines. And now it's time to connect it. I ink in our salt shaker. And if you ever looked at macaroni noodles, like macaroni and cheese, hey, Jamar, I'm glad you could join the fun.
Hey, John.
We've got the whole Kids Love Comics crew here today.
Hey.
Jamar, I'm just showing them how to draw Max Meow before we really kick into our Max Meowoween Halloween party. We're going to be talking about how to draw monsters, and we're going to talk about some cool new graphic novels that are spooky. Also, Chris has some cool retro Halloween images he wants to share with us, which I'm really excited about. So now getting back to Max, this is where we're just going to draw.
I'm excited by the content.
A macaroni noodle arm, this curvy. And, you know, I think a lot of people draw clouds like this, just make them kind of puffy. And why is that important? Because that's what we're going to do for Max's hands here. We're just going to give him puffy clouds for hands, because that's his paws. Now, sometimes I draw him with 3 fingers and a thumb, but right now we're going to do it that way. Okay, and then a lot of superheroes always have something on their chest. Mark, what does Spider-Man have on his chest?
A spider.
Chris, what does Superman have on his chest?
An S.
Okay. Jamar, what does Leon, Protector of the Playground, have on his chest?
Suspenders.
Suspenders, exactly. That's my point. It can be anything. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to have a logo. But think about that, Jamar. Okay, anyway, I'm going to give Max a lightning bolt. And basically, that's just doing some zigzaggy lines and having them connect. This is actually something you may have to practice more than anything, is the zigzaggy lines to create a lightning bolt. And you can connect it at the top. And this ties in with the very first comic that I ever read. Now, I love cartoons and comics, but my mom took me to the grocery store one day and bought me this big, it's called a treasury size. It's bigger than a regular comic. And it was for Shazam, which was the original Captain Marvel, but most people know it from the movie Shazam now. And I was just mesmerized and wanted to draw my own comics. So that's kind of a tribute to Shazam. And now it's time for the shorts. Again, I'm just going to draw some squares here and connect it and then fill that in. Unlike a lot of superheroes, Max doesn't wear his underwear on the outside, which is good. I think there's a lot less of that. Wouldn't you agree? And so finally, we're just going to do 2 simple lines for each of the legs. And then this is the part where I always add a ovals for the feet. But I think of them more like baked potatoes. And because they're kind of squashed. And then I add 3 lines for the paws. Okay, so let me ask you guys. Am I done? Have I finished? What is there anything missing?
You're missing, John. You're missing something, John.
What? I don't think so. I've drawn ears. I've drawn a C, mouth, lightning bolt, hands. What could it be?
I think you are missing something.
It's usually at the end.
You mean his glasses or my song?
Your song first.
Okay. What am I missing? It's at the end. I don't know. Does anybody on our comments page, do they know what's missing for Max Meow?
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if the Walenta boys from California know, but Max has a cattail.
Ah.
There we go.
Yeah, and he's got an orange tail, and then I always draw these zigzags. I'm sure Makana and his brother would have gotten that really, really quick. The Walentas, Adam Walenta is a guest at our show a lot, and he does an awesome graphic novel called
Punk Taco. And we can't wait till Baltimore Comic Con is live in person next year to have you there, Adam. Okay, so I've drawn Max Meow. That's a good starter for everybody. It's time for the Meowloween party to really kick in now.
Oh!
So everybody start yelling! Yay! It's our last.
What's this? We're in the Halloween joint, you know, like a
If we're having a Halloween party, I think we need Halloween music.
Yes, definitely.
So now there's, Christmas songs, Thanksgiving songs. I don't know, but are you familiar with any Halloween songs other than the Monster Mash? Because everybody knows the Monster Mash is like the Halloween anthem.
Right.
How about, Chris, This Is Halloween from Nightmare Before Christmas?
Now that's good. That's good. But are you ready to take a time machine? A time machine back to 1952.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to watch this quick video for a Halloween song from 1952 called Punky Pumpkin.
All right.
You made that up.
No, this is definitely something that exists. It's Punky Pumpkin. And we're going to take a look at this in just a little bit. And you guys have to tell me what you think of this. This was a song from 1952 that was somewhat of a hit. It wasn't the biggest of hits, but it made people in the pumpkin spirit.
In the pumpkin community?
In the pumpkin community.
Punky Pumpkin, the happy pumpkin, happy all the day. And his great big smile will scare your cares away. Punky Pumpkin, the happy pumpkin, never wears a frown. You can see that he's cut out to be a clown. The candlelight inside him makes his eyes light up and gleam. They shine right through the window at you for a happy Halloween. Punky Pumpkin's a happy pumpkin. And you know why? 'Cause he's a jack-o'-lantern instead of being a pumpkin pie. Yes, he's a jack-o'-lantern instead of being a pumpkin pie.
Breakdown.
Punky Pumpkin, the
Fran and Ollie.
pumpkin grinning happily. You can count his teeth 'cause he has only 3. Punky Pumpkin, the winking pumpkin, blinks his eye at you.
What happened to Punky Pumpkin?
I think I've been ensorcelled.
Uh-oh. I guess that's it for Punky Pumpkin.
Maybe this is the part where it breaks and then goes into like an acoustic interlude.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, that's good.
Well, that was Punky Pumpkin.
Needs more dubstep.
Did you lyrics for Pumpkin was happy that it's a pumpkin, a jack-o'-lantern, and not a pumpkin pie.
I understand. I feel his pain.
I think we all been there.
Yeah.
Part of our party, we had our little dance.
Uh-huh.
So now what do we do next, John?
Well, I have a question for you guys. I thought we all agreed we were going to wear pumpkin jackets.
Yep.
Mar, where's your pumpkin jacket?
It's in the cleaners.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
Okay. Well,
Got my robot shirt on, if that's any help.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. What kind of shirt do you have on?
Who's going to have that song trapped in their head the rest of the day?
Punky Pumpkin.
Punky Pumpkin.
Okay. So if you're just joining us, this is the Max Meowloween Halloween party. It's a self-serving titled thing because I've got a new book out called Max Meow that we just drew. But we're all going to work together to create a monster.
Wow, this is going to be fun.
I think so. But guys, do you have any Halloween books, whether they were graphic novels or comics, that you enjoyed as kids?
Wow, that's a good question.
As kids,
or now.
Yeah, I was going to say one that came out recently would be Edison Beaker, Creature Seeker, by our good pal Frank Camuso. I really enjoyed this book, and I know there's a second one out as well. So this was a really fun read, and I thought it was spooky and just enough fun for everybody. That's one that I simply adored.
Oh, I think that's great.
Yeah.
That is a good book.
Hold on. One that a lot of kids might know is Ghosts by Raina Telgemeier. And I don't know if that's a spooky book. I think to some people it might be. But it deals with ghosts and Dias de los Muertos, if I'm pronouncing that right, which is the Day of the Dead, which in some cultures is celebrated. And you guys know there's actually a couple new books that have just come out. There's one that's out right now by Sophie Escabase called The Witches of Brooklyn.
Oh, wow.
Brooklyn. Brooklyn can be spooky enough as it is.
I have one.
Yeah?
Yeah. I am going to show our good buddy Mike Manley's Action Planet Halloween special.
Oh, wow, cool. That's a really cool cover.
Monster Man. Hold on. You ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Wow. The old mask?
Yeah. I didn't cut mine out, though.
That's a smart... I like when books do that. Something clever that gives you something... And that says giant size right on the cover.
Love
Bigger than my head. You all know how big my head is.
From the comments, we have our pal J. Robert Dean says, not sure if this counts as Halloween, but Monster at the end of this book is still a favorite. I actually just read this one the other night to my son Gavin. So yes, still awesome book. And
it's hosted by Grover. I don't want to give away who the monster at the end of the book is, but
don't tell.
There's an updated version too. I think there's one version with Elmo. Is that right?
I think so, and I think there's they might be doing a special on it too. I don't know if it's going to be animated or if it's just people reading the book. I'm not sure, but that is a classic story. It's a classic one.
Well, witches are always cool. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the cartoon on Netflix. Hilda has some spooky things that happen and magical creatures. And then kind of related to Hilda is another book called Aster and the Accidental Magic. And that's kids like Hilda might like Aster, which is out from who is it? Oh, Random House Graphic.
Ah, all right.
Random House.
How random, huh?
How random is that house?
Not very random. I'm sorry, I interrupted. Did you have another book or?
I had another one. You have Ghostopolis by Doug TenNapel is awesome. That's a great book. A lot of his stuff from Scholastic were just really fun. And this is another one that's just spooky enough. It's just another fun read. And then one I thought Chris would really admire, you guys would probably like it too, was Seekers of the Weird.
Ooh.
And this was based on design work for the original haunted house in Disney World. So or Disneyland, when they were building the haunted house, it was based on different design elements that weren't included in the haunted house, but they used it in making this graphic novel. So it was a cool one.
Hey guys, our buddy J. Robert Dean, also known as the notorious JRD in some circles, says, not sure if it counts as Halloween, but Monster at the end of the book is still a favorite. Wait, didn't we already talk about that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but my cereal's kicking in from this morning.
Wait, are we?
I think Jamar's still in the time machine coming back from Punky Pumpkin.
Oh no, you had to say it. Better. What is it? Better to be a pumpkin than a pie?
Yeah. I'm gonna tattoo that on my stomach.
And I have two more. The Montague twins.
Oh yeah, that looks good.
Oh wow, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it almost looks like if the Hardy Boys was spooky. It kind of makes me want there to be a Hardy Boys like I guess that's called Supernatural, isn't it?
Yes.
And then another one called Witchlight. And this one I don't know much about, but
cool.
That's by Jesse Zabarski. So I just wanted to share a bunch of those. And here's a really spooky one. Happy Lou. Look at these characters.
I got a book that
Very
sometimes it's not really a Halloween book, but it could be scary. When this happens, it could scare people. It's a book called The Gas That We Pass. Because sometimes that can throw people off and they get scared. So that's one book. And then another one, again, not Halloween really related, but some of the artwork is Halloween related, which would be Garbage Pail Kids.
Oh, very cool.
Oh, that is cool.
Which is just a depiction of just like the first couple series of the comic, of the cards.
Wait, I've got an extra. I see a comment by our friend J. Robert Deans.
He says, "Hey, a really good book is the monster at the end of this book. Have we heard of that?"
Oh, nice.
I never heard of that before.
Is that? I think that's more of like a local author thing. I don't know that one.
I never heard of that. That's interesting.
I think we're in a time loop.
I do. Next, we're going to hear a song about Punky Pumpkin, right?
All right. So right now, we're going to go back to 1953.
Real quick, I want to say hi to our friends, Little Kids, Big Kids, and the Great Legend Show. Jamar Nicholas. Oh, wait, that's you. And our friends at Word Balloon saying yo, Jamar. And our good friend, J. Robert Deans. No, I'm not going to do that.
Our pal Greg Spiegel's tuning in, and he says Werewolf Bar Mitzvah.
Okay, that's our first suggestion.
Is that the first thing we should draw? Yes.
Well, you know what? This first monster that I'm going to draw, and you guys are welcome to draw along, is going to be a mashup monster. Let's do a mashup monster. So let's write down some ideas. So I heard werewolf.
Let's get some comments going. What are some favorite monsters that everybody likes? You know, someone's going to say Grover at this point. What are some favorite monsters you guys, everyone wants to see us draw or combine? Man, just drop it in the in the comments, and we'll post it here for you. So werewolf is a good one. I was trying to think of Jamar, you might know this one. I don't know what he actually is. Maybe Chris knows. We're big wrestling fans, and there's always a seasonal pay-per-view with Halloween Havoc.
Yes,
and they always had this ghoulish-looking guy. Would that just be a ghoul? Or what would
I think it was the WCW ghoul, right?
All right,
that's what
I'm going with.
Okay.
No, but we want a ghoulish wrestler.
How about wrestler? How about the I'm not going to name it, right? Because John's just going to draw something, right?
Yeah.
And I don't want anything specific because then we can vote on it.
Okay.
You know what? I really wish
Monster Truck.
Ooh. Well, I'm just going to put truck.
Right.
Maybe I'll put monsters. And our good friend Greg Schiegel, he's good at drawing monsters. Like he used to draw this spongy square. I can't remember. He wore shorts or something. And then he's got a great. What is the new Creature from the Black Lagoon? I love this video. Greg Schiegel, what is the name of your wrestling monster book that you've been developing? If you can share that with us, maybe it's top secret. But
Paws. PAWS.
PAWS. Okay, cool. So werewolf ghoul. We can have a vampire. Someone just wrote an octopus. Oh, I got it. Okay, so now let's add some weird things that we wouldn't expect to add to a monster. Is like a profession. Okay, we did get wrestler. A profession and maybe a sport they like to play. Because monsters can't always be scaring people.
What about Highlight?
Highlight. Zamboni driver.
Is that a sport or an occupation?
That's like it's a monster truck. It's a monster Zamboni.
Oh, wow. Now we're talking. A monster Zamboni. A
Zamboni.
tennis player.
Tennis player.
Zamboni.
From the audience. Anyone else tuning in, if you're watching this, please comment. It's as easy as telling us your favorite sport, telling us your favorite profession or profession you never want to do. So just comment. One word is all you need. It's just throw in a comment and we'll add it to the board here.
Professional nose picker.
There you go. Greg Schiegel adds in 2 of his favorite pastimes, skateboarding and chef.
Has he ever done that at the same time?
I don't know. I don't know if he's a skateboarder, but he does make very good cookies.
He's a cookie master.
And he can cut a donut into 8 equal pieces.
He can cut it into 16ths.
That's right. Well, and he has actually, I've seen him make hamburgers. They're all perfectly circular. And I believe, I may be wrong, but I believe that when he's at home, he uses a special scale to weigh them to make sure they're all equal.
They all, yep.
But a lot of people don't know this. Greg Schiegel actually came from a family of 27 children. So, you know, it had to all be evenly cut. And cutting a donut in 27 parts is really okay.
It's an essence of the donut, not actually a piece of it.
Okay, so let's vote. Oh, we hold on. We had Creature from the Black Lagoon. Okay, if we were going to combine this, what would we do? You know what? I think we need some more inspiration. Chris,
yes.
Do you know where we could take a look at any pictures, Halloween pictures that might inspire us?
I think I do. So in the vintage Halloween world, there were some really, really interesting things that they had. The ads were very interesting. They just had a lot of different stuff going on. So let's take a look at some vintage ads from the Halloween world. Look at this one here for Crayola. Now, what's interesting about this is that they have the pumpkins, the witches. I like the art design on this one too. Halloween party tricks. That's a lot of fun because it's showing you how to come up with the different pumpkin, the different jack-o'-lanterns. Now, John, this one might help you. Have a safe Halloween from the Munsters. Look at that, A&W.
Nice product placement.
Right?
Hires ears like darn.
Yeah, what's up with that cat? That's wild.
Now that I love. Look at the artwork on this is great. Now they want you to cut these out and then you attach it to string so you can make a Halloween decoration.
Oh, a mobile.
A mobile. Now this next one is very cool. It's an ad for Woolworth.
The 5 and dime, nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's really cool.
And the costumes cost $1.98.
$1.98.
There's Greg Schiegel's family.
Now look at these old vintage ones. Now this one, there's a person that looks just like a dog in the middle there.
Can you biggerize that one, Chris? Can you go back? Can you cast a biggerizing spell?
Oh, there you go.
Look at that! Wow.
That's crazy, right?
The best.
Okay, let's see. Here's another one now.
The perfect gum.
It's the perfect gum.
Bewitching mint leaf flavor.
Now I love this one. The different rubber masks and everything.
Funny giant feet.
You can be Santa Claus for Halloween.
Yeah, how's that for a concept? I love it.
Yeah. Now this one I just thought was interesting because they have this 7 mint fluffy frosting. I don't know how that's gonna taste. Halloween costumes.
Yo.
Do you remember these old school costumes with just the face and the cape?
Yeah.
Well, I remember the ones with the whole body and it would say Batman across it, and that infuriated me. Batman doesn't need his name written across.
Yeah, no, that's
witch.
True.
Why does witch need the word witch? Okay, anyway, I digress.
That's perfect.
And then like right here, these are great.
Is he Planet of the Apes?
Yeah.
Is he the whole planet or just?
He's. I love this one here. HR Puffin stuff.
Wow.
Casper, and it's just a generic lion.
Generic lion.
Ooh,
now that's scary.
A witch with 2 mouths.
Yeah. Whoa. Okay.
Yo, squad goals.
Who would? Who would pick which costume out of this? There's so many good ones.
I like the. Is that Witchy Poo in the back with the trash bag?
I think so. No,
trash bag. Oh, that reminds me that my wife, when she was a kid, her parents dressed her up with a an elf costume, but it was just a green trash bag. Was part of the costume. She still has like flashbacks from that. So much like this witch probably has.
Oh wait, so there's two. Wait, go back to that, Chris. This is interesting. There's 2 He-Men. He-Men's.
Who's the one in front? What's the character next to Garfield in front of the other He-Man?
That's Skeletor, isn't it?
I think that's Skeletor.
Yeah, but it's green.
Oh,
yeah.
It could just be off. I mean, it's an old picture.
And is that a
that's a honker?
Which Muppet is that?
That's a honker, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a honker.
That's definitely a honker.
From Fraggle Rock?
From
Sesame Street.
Sesame Street.
Oh.
And I love
how they have the mask, but then they have the picture of the mask on the honker.
Right. Same as Batman. Right. Garfield.
That's so funny.
Well, you know what? Maybe they did that because when you would go trick or treating, and when the people open the door and they go, "Who are you supposed to be?"
Yeah.
You just point to your chest like a Batman.
Right.
I'm Batman.
Well, we don't have time for me. That's right. Garfield, give me some candy.
Well, I don't know if this. When you just said that, there were times where I did not want to use my voice when I trick or treated because I was the kid that had 2. Like for some reason, in my hometown, we had Halloween on 2 nights. I don't know if this is a Pennsylvania thing.
That's so Pennsylvania.
Rural Pennsylvania. And but I would wear 2 costumes a night. So I get 4 times the candy.
Right. Let me ask you guys this and be honest. When you were older, did you still go trick-or-treating and just put a mask on and try and change your voice? When you rang the doorbell, you're like you're walking up and you're using your voice, and then when you ring the door, trick-or-treat! And you had a different mask on, and so they don't see your face. Did you try that?
No, I think that was just you, Chris.
I'm getting a call, guys. I'll be right back.
No, yeah, and I noticed that like there's this age because I have 3 kids, and my 2 oldest went through periods where they didn't dress up, and now that they're in high school and college, they're completely fine with dressing up. I guess that's that's what cosplay is Halloween all year long.
Yeah.
And as I said on Facebook the other day, I want to be decorating my Christmas tree while eating turkey, wearing my Halloween costume. Like, I think we should come up with a holiday since with coronavirus, we have not being able to celebrate the way we should just jam it all into the same thing.
So it's like a turducken holiday. Like you just put everything in one place.
Yes. I think somebody threw me out. Thanks Yulo's Giving or thank Hallow Yule's Giving. I can't remember. So anyway, I'm gonna start drawing this monster. Okay, so
I got it. I got it, John. I got it. You ready?
Yeah, but
let me see your board again.
Yeah.
You are going to do a vampire nose picker.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Nose.
All right. How about me, Jamar? I'll take a challenge.
All right. And Mark, you're going to do a photo. Let's see John's screen so I can
Jamar, I think you got to put the Zamboni in there somehow.
Zamboni. Wait, Zamboni. Zamboni monster truck. There you go.
Oh,
that's easy.
And while these guys are drawing, and I'll hang out with my best bud Chris, And Chris, you want to talk about your business jacket?
Business.
Business.
So this jacket has been to every single convention that we've done in the past 12 years. What's so funny about this jacket is people recognize me just from the jacket. They don't know my name.
No.
They'll call me Blue Jacket. And one time I remember doing a convention, and this was such a touching moment too. I'm standing there in the aisle with the kids comic sign over my head that you always see me with. And a mom walks by and she grabs me by my arm and she goes, "You're here. You and your friends are here at this convention?" And I go, "Yeah." And she goes, "My kids love all of your workshops that you and all your fellow artists do." And for the whole week, the kids kept saying, "Is the Blue Jacket guys going to be there? Are the Blue Jacket guys going to be there?" Because they kept talking about the Blue Jacket. And then when the mom saw me, she got so excited and she showed the kids, and the kids like, "He's here. They're all here."
Wow.
And they always ask like, what artists are here and who's going to do what. And it's such a great feeling knowing that people recognize the jacket. They recognize the Kids Love Comic community. And they recognize like how much fun the workshops are, especially at Baltimore Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Because at Baltimore Comic-Con, like, that's where the crowd really gets into it, you know, so it's been a lot of fun. But yeah, this is the business jacket. That's been everywhere.
And I love it. That's almost like your super costume, Chris, because when you put on the jacket, your whole personality changes and you get into the Kids Love Comics.
It switches on. It
Right.
goes.
Yeah. See?
And you've seen the switch. You've seen the switch behind the booth, behind the scenes.
I have witnessed it with my own eyes. It's amazing.
So, Jamar, why don't we check in on what John is doing right now? So you gave him a challenge of what?
Vampire nose picker.
Oh, so now he's a vampire nose picker with the tennis racket
on a skateboard.
On a skateboard. Now, if you were to name him, Jamar, what would you name him?
Nose Ferratu.
Yeah! Now, shall we check in with Mark?
That's why I get paid the big bucks.
So now, Jamar, what was Mark's challenge?
Mark's challenge was Zamboni Monster Truck.
Wow. Now look how that's coming out. That's great.
Examine it. He's salmon.
Salmon.
He's salmon. That's gonna be it. Can you put that on a thing? I'll do it.
Examine it.
Salmon.
That sounds like a banner waiting to happen.
It's coming. Hold on.
Okay, so while Mark's finishing that up, guys, what did you all talk about? What projects you're working on now or have worked on with your books? Like Jamar, what's the news with you, dude?
What you want to know?
Tell us your big news for those who know Kids Love Comics but don't know what's going on with Leon.
Oh yeah. All right, sure. So over the summer, my summer project was that I got a book publishing deal. So there's going to be further adventures of Leon being published by Scholastic Graphics. So I'm very excited to start this new chapter. See what I did? My career along the likes of our good friends Raina and Kazoo and Jeff Smith and Dave Pilkey. I'm very excited. So that's my big news. More to come.
We're all excited for you, man. That's amazing.
That's awesome. Thank you.
That's good. How about you, Chris?
So I've been working on an idea of putting a book together of stories from my pop culture website called wonderweird.net. And what Wonder Weird is, it's an exploration of pop culture odysseys and artifacts. So I'm thinking of putting together a short book of the more interesting stories of pop culture oddities. So I'm looking to have that for the next convention season, whenever that's going to be.
Now, what's an example of one of the objects or things at Wonder Weird?
So on Wonder, Let's see. That's a good question. So one story that we have is like different things that happen. So one thing is like the history of lava lamps, which I think is very interesting because we all have them, but like, why were they made? Like, what's the whole reason behind having a lava lamp? Or also the history of Shrinky Dinks and how Shrinky Dinks just started off by two moms wanted to do an arts and crafts idea to keep their kids calm when they had them all over for the Boy Scouts. And then the Boy Scouts parents loved this idea. So then they had a little cart in their local mall and sold out within a month. And then that was the start of Shrinky Dinks. So it's going to be a lot of like back history of interesting stuff that's happened.
Great. Cool. And how about you, Mark? As we look at your fantastic monster truck, Gazambasaurus.
There he is. Yeah, driving a He's Zamming.
He's Zamming. He's Zamming.
Cleaning that ice. Oh, he's also a chef. He got a chef hat on.
Zamming.
Examine it. First, when he looks at the ice, he has to examine it, and then he zams it.
Nice.
Right. Well, being home with the family, we worked on some books together, and one of the books that we did together was called Far Out Firehouse. And this book came to be from just playing with my 5-year-old son. I mean, a lot of these ideas started when he was 4, and it was just fun. It was a fun project for me, you know, to take an idea that sprung from my son's imagination and playing with, you know, him playing with my wife and I, and just grouping a bunch of these different stories that he was telling, and I put it into one story. And so that was a fun little exercise that I did, and it was good. I actually used Procreate. I used the iPad Pro to do all the artwork on this. So it was a nice challenge.
Wow,
that was a fun one.
It was fantastic.
Thank you. Yes, and yes, that's available at marianobros.com.
Very cool. And everybody, for those who are about to log off with Kids Love Comics, what do we have going on for tomorrow? I know that I'm interviewing Judd Winnick tomorrow. What other interviews or activities do we have, people?
Well, I can say that I think I'm wrapping up tomorrow. Right, I'm the last man standing.
Yes.
Close it. You know how I do it on Sunday. I am going to be interviewing our good buddy Jerry Kraft, author of New Kid and Class Act. And then I'm going to be doing my Imagination Aquarium World Famous Workshop.
Nice. Now, Mark, you're starting it, right?
Well, at 11, we have a magnetic press. They'll be doing a panel on all their kids' books that they have going on. For when I come on, I suggest you guys get your supplies ready now, so you're all set for tomorrow. Get together some colored paper, some glue, scissors, crayons, markers, and pencils. And if you have paper bags, grab a few of those as well, because tomorrow we're going to have some crafting that we're doing throughout the day. I'll also have joining me is John Green that does the investigators. So we're going to do some drawing some cool vests for the investigators. And Jill Thompson.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. Jill Thompson will be doing a reading from her book, Scary Godmother. And Karen Belefsky will be joining me for some really cool creative craft challenges. So it's going to be fun.
And then coming up at 2:00, I have Dawn Griffin. She's going to teach us how to draw aliens. I have Mr. Chris Flick, who's going to teach us how to draw werewolves. And I am going to teach you how to make paper bag puppets. So this is all going to happen at the 2:00 hour. And like Mark said, make sure you have your art supplies ready.
Yo, this is must-see TV.
That's right. That's right.
Great. Well, does anyone have anything they need to add before we close off for the day?
Well, let's just say some really nice things, guys. This was a great morning. We found a lot of love early in the morning with the cardboard carnival cavalcade. That was great. Watching you guys draw and eat cereal was amazing. A lot of people really chimed in,
Yeah.
and I think, people really kind of got it together after that, and we really started rolling. And I think we just had a solid block. I'm very proud of all of you, and I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, I agree. I think this was a good first day, and let's keep it going tomorrow.
Yeah, we want to thank everyone at Baltimore Comic-Con for having us out here. Mark and the crew, thanks for having us, and all the guys at the Mainframe. You know, you guys helped out with putting everything together. So it's been a fun time.
Yeah, thank you so much. And cool. John, you did a great job controlling the boards during Jeff and Charlie's talk.
Thanks to Jeff Kinney and Charlie Kochman from Abrams for doing their talk and talking about the Wimpy Kid books and the Awesome Friendly Kid books. And also, I love that you brought Jeff into the cereal talk.
That's great.
And he had some real insight into his love for Just Berries.
Yes, that was awesome. Very cool.
and thanks to all the other guests and people who hung out with us early and rode along with this ride. So we're very excited to be back tomorrow. Thank you so much. There's a lot more programming to see. So stay tuned. And I'll let you guys take it away.
Oh, but Jamar, aren't you going to be doing something in just a few minutes? Starting up a little later?
Oh, a few hours. You made me
okay. Yeah, over on the non-kid side.
Yeah, I am very proud to announce that I am going to be one of the presenters at the 2020 Ringo Awards later this evening. So Mainframe has a lot of channels already queued up. So just tune in to the Ringo Preview channel, and also there's a Ringo Awards channel, or maybe they're the same thing. We're really excited to have our family back together and to give out some awards. So I'm always happy to be a part of the show.
Nice.
Cool. Do you need me to drive over and give you my jacket?
Oh, yeah, I really need the jacket.
I'll be right over.
Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. Well, thanks, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Enjoy the cavalcade. I'm going to say that one more time. Of content we have. Cavalcade from Baltimore Comic-Con Live. And remember, tell your friends, share and share alike. Thanks, you guys. Have a good afternoon.
See you tomorrow.